Please rise for the Saudi national anthem, As-Salamu al-Malaki. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the second edition of the Space Debris Conference. It is truly a privilege to gather such a distinguished group of global leaders, policymakers, industry experts, researchers, and innovators from 75 countries, all united by a shared responsibility, protecting the sustainability and safety of our space environment. Over the course of this conference, ladies and gentlemen, we will engage in important conversations that translate knowledge into action and drive collaboration, governance, innovation, and real-world solutions to one of the most complex challenges of our time. To set the stage and articulate the vision behind this gathering, let's now turn to the video.
We humans leave a trace wherever we go. Went into the unknown, conquered space, science, and brought it back home.
After 10 meters, turn to the right.
We have studied the sun, the solar system, and explored the fourth matter, left traces of our victories in the cosmos, sent up satellites, built economies in the orbits, built homes in the orbits for 1, 2, 3, 600 people, left footprints on lunar surfaces, floated on microgravity, defied the impossible. We dream of footprints on new planets, new frontiers, and it's all so very possible. But this time, we don't want to leave a mark or a trace. The new frontier isn't always looking forward. This time, we need to look backwards, back at the trace we've left. The path we took left a trace of debris sealed between the orbits. It's time we go back to where we started, and bring it back home.
I welcome Your Royal Highnesses and Excellencies in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and we are honored to welcome His Excellency Mr. Mohammed Al-Tamimi, the Acting Chief Executive Officer of the Saudi Space Agency, to deliver the opening remarks. Let's give it up for Mr. Mohammed Al-Tamimi. Your Excellency, yours.
Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's an honor for me to address you at the second edition of Space Debris Conference here in Riyadh. Earth orbit has become the backbone of modern civilization, supporting everything from climate monitoring, banking system, of course, emergency response, and as well, global communication. And yet, we are managing this vital environment as if it were limitless. As of today, there are nearly 15,000 satellites orbiting the Earth. In 2024, launches placed approximately 2,700 satellites. In 2025, around 4,500 satellites being placed in the orbits. This growth tells a powerful story. Space is no longer optional, it is essential. But it also tells another story, one that demands our attention. Every satellite we launch shares the same limited orbital highways. And every object left behind, whether a dead satellite, a rocket body, or a fragment from a collision, adds to a growing cloud of space debris. One collision can generate thousands of fragments. Those fragments can trigger more collisions. And suddenly, we face a chain reacting that cloud render entire orbits unusable. Not for years, but for generations. This is not science fiction, this is physics. And if we continue launching at scale without changing how we design, operate, retire satellite, we risk turning our greatest enabler, which is space orbit, into our greatest liability. Here in Saudi Arabia, we have chosen to approach this challenge not as a distance risk, but as a platform of a global contribution. A key example is a debris solver competition. 2,000 participants from 40 countries competing to generate real and implementable solutions focused on debris tracking, collision avoidance, end-of-life disposal, and active debris removal. We are grateful to our partner, Slingshot, Eldoria, Astroscale, and LeoLab for making this initiative possible. In addition to that, the Center for Space Future here in Riyadh, with collaborations with the World Economic Forum, have released just now, during this conference, first of its kind paper that addresses the economic impact of space debris. They will have a panel at 3:30 p.m. today discussing and deliberating this paper, but let me share with you one of their interesting facts. Using economical model, they found the cost of inacting, this means doing nothing, for the coming 10 years, the cost between $25 to $42 billion in cumulative economic losses. Why? Because space debris risk drives more maneuvers and degrade performance. So there are 4 principles it's recommended to be activated immediately. First, design for disposal. Every satellite must be built with safe end-of-life deorbiting as a core requirement. Second, share space traffic data. Real-time tracking and congestion alert must become standard practical across all operators. Third, incentivize cleanup. Active debris removal and in-orbit surfing must be supported through economic and regulatory mechanism. Fourth, build a cooperative global framework. We need equitable, enforceable standards that ensure all actors, large and small, follow high sustainable norms. Before I conclude, I would like to acknowledge our esteemed partner who make this conference possible. I would like to extend our thanks to the International Telecommunication Union for their support as a partner of this conference. I would like also to express our sincere gratitude to United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs, UNOSA, for valuable partnership and support. I hope we all have successful conference and meaningful outcome. Let us move forward with ambition, but also with care, with innovation, but also with accountability, with national pride, but also with global responsibility. Because the future of space is not something we will simply inherit. It is something we will decide. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for these remarks. Again, from 75 countries, we gather global leaders, policymakers, industry experts. Again, we welcome you to Riyadh, where complex global challenges are always addressed with clarity, ambition, and responsibility. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and I am pleased to welcome Mrs. Arti Holomaini, the Director of the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs, a cornerstone of international space governance and a key partner in promoting the peaceful, safe, and sustainable use of outer space to the stage. Mrs. Arti, the stage is all yours. Thank you.
Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished colleagues and friends, we are seeing so many of you again since a very long time. Assalamu alaikum, good morning, and a Happy New Year to you all. We're still in January, so perhaps we're still allowed to say that. It is a pleasure to be back with you in Riyadh for the 2026 edition of the Space Debris Conference. And on behalf of UNUSA, the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs, I extend my sincere thanks to the Saudi Space Agency for convening us once more on this urgent topic. I'm not going to spend time repeating why preserving our space environment matters. We all know that. But what I will say is that the challenges that we face the world over, as people, as governments, and as a planet, are not getting smaller nor easier. They are increasing year on year, and with them, our reliance on space and space solutions and services. Yesterday, my team spent some hours together with various disaster management authorities supporting the flood response in southern Africa. Last month, it was flash flooding in Morocco, which also took lives. Last March, it was coordinating access to satellite imagery for the 7.7 magnitude earthquakes in Myanmar. And in August, a magnitude 6 earthquake in eastern Afghanistan, which took 800 lives. In each of these situations, even though lives were lost, so many more were saved, all thanks to space data. It literally saves lives, and that is a reality. But another reality is that we live in a data-driven economy, and data is one of today's most valued commodities. We often hear huge numbers of the projected value of the space economy, of the amount of investment going into it, of the number of new missions being funded by governments, the number of startups that are emerging. On every pillar, there is some dollar success or other to celebrate. Yet there is a parallel conversation, which I would argue has equally impressive numbers. The number of companies working on on-orbit servicing, over 100. The conjunction trend for LEO orbit, in other words, the number of near misses between satellites and debris within 1 kilometer, which since 2021 has been increasing exponentially. The amount of space debris being generated. Think back to 2024. Between June and December, there were 6 different incidents. In June, a Russian satellite generating over 100 pieces of debris in the LEO orbit. In July, a US satellite generating 283 pieces of debris, also in LEO. Just 1 month later, a Chinese rocket upper stage generating over 700 pieces of debris in LEO. 1 month later again, a US Atlas V rocket upper stage, over 40 pieces of debris in HEO. In October, Intelsat 33, around 500 pieces of debris in GEO. And then again, in December, another US satellite generating over 50 pieces of debris, contributing to the LEO collection. And all that in just over 6 months. As space actors, I ask you, can we afford to only champion one side of the coin? The data-driven economy over the importance of access to data for all, knowing how many lives it saves. Or the number of satellites and new missions launched and revenue generated over the collision risk increased and debris generated, knowing the absolute dependence that we have on space data and services. Just as big numbers reflect our successes in and from space, they also reflect a host of unintended consequences that threaten our continued reliance on space. This is why this dialogue matters and why we need to carefully unpack it with purpose and with intent. Let us start with collision risk. I cited multiple more recent incidents that generated debris. And many would argue that the huge number of small satellites being launched these days are the major contributor. To collision risk, for sure, but to debris? Let us not forget the 5 decades of mostly governmental launches and in recent times, government-conducted anti-satellite tests. These relics of the distant and not so distant past make up the largest and potentially riskiest, because they're not always trackable, objects in space today. If hit, they would generate a massive amount of debris. Does this not point to the need for responsibility and action? Let us think about debris re-entries, pieces literally landing back here on Earth. My colleague UNUSA's Rosanna Hoffman, our space law lead, will speak more about this tomorrow. But this is a problem that is and will continue to increase in years to come. Does this not point to the need for responsibility and action as well? We can only hope that all these re-entries do not cause significant damage or worse, injury. What they do, however, is give a renewed impulse and momentum to the implementation of space law, which thankfully deals with this issue in the Liability Convention and ARA, the Agreement on the Rescue and Return of Astronauts. What diplomats tried to imagine back in the 1970s is today becoming a reality. As an office, we have certainly seen a step change in the number of requests for assistance and legal advisory services that are coming into us. Turning to funding, seeing the attitude to climate change, it is probably not a good idea to follow the polluter pays principle rationale to pay for ADR if we want the major spacefaring nations to cooperate. A better approach might be the environmental law principle of common but differentiated responsibilities, CBDR, that recognizes that all states have a duty to address global environmental problems, but to differing extents depending on their historical responsibility and their capabilities. And then leaving it to those governments to decide how they allocate or raise funds to pay for it. What about the regulatory framework? We are approaching a point where the stability of entire orbits depends on how responsibly we operate and retire satellites, because at the moment, there is no control on the number of satellites that are being launched. Space debris is not a background risk. It is becoming a structural feature of the space environment that will determine who can operate safely, at what cost, and under what conditions. To that extent, it has become a governance issue as well, testing whether in the absence of global guidelines, national regulation, commercial incentives, and international norms can keep pace with the dangerous reality that we face. The question before us now is, will we continue to meet to discuss this problem, or will we act proactively and on a global level? On a positive note, we do have traction on relevant issues within COPUOS, the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. Thanks also to the Pact for the Future, which was adopted by heads of state in September 24. This called upon COPUOS to work on new frameworks for space traffic, space resources, and space debris. Of course, collision avoidance, whether with active satellites or debris, requires space situational awareness. And the committee has recently established an expert group on SSA, taking a first step towards global information sharing and space traffic coordination. We are now seeing governments appointing industry flight dynamics experts among their national delegations, which will surely help the group move in the right direction. UNUSA is also working with satellite operators behind the scenes to try to drive convergence, for example, on time-critical and non-time-critical information sharing. In addition, the Working Group on the Long-Term Sustainability of Outer Space has extended its work plan to 2028, and it has agreed on specific thematic areas of work, which include space debris mitigation, in-orbit servicing and manufacturing, which includes space object deorbit and ADR, and safety considerations for LEO in LEO for human spaceflight. All of these matters concern debris, and many of these topics have received interesting suggestions from member states being submitted to the committee. Next week, COPUOS will convene for its scientific and technical subcommittee, and UNUSA will be organizing an industry symposium where we will be launching the United Nations Space Debates, kicking off with the question of whether a sustainable commercial market for ADR can be achieved without a set of global guidelines from COPUOS. Does market certainty require clear policy signals to legitimize debris remediation as a globally recognized activity and reduce investor certainty? Or can markets emerge without new guidelines, instead leveraging bilateral contracts, national licensing frameworks, and voluntary industry standards? From ADR and on-orbit servicing all the way to collision avoidance systems and end-of-life disposal products, the tools, the technologies are all advancing well. The key is, how do we scale them? From our perspective, we will continue to build capacity to support member states in implementing the guidelines, especially the space debris mitigation guidelines and the LTS guidelines. We will also continue to support the committee in developing new recommendations and guidelines to support a market for debris remediation. I will close, finally, I know it's been long, I apologize. I will close by saying that good behavior starts at home. We applaud very much and sincerely the SSA's leadership and forward thinking around this issue. And we invite the Saudi Space Agency to join the very limited cohort of countries that are leading by example and trying to remove debris that they or their industry has placed in orbit. UNUSA will be pleased to support the Saudi Space Agency, and I'm delighted that we have today signed a memorandum of cooperation to provide a framework for our cooperation in years to come. Thank you very much for having UNUSA with you. It is a pleasure, and I very much hope that we will convene here again in 2 years and discuss the progress that we have made on this critical issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Arti, the Director of UNOSA, and ladies and gentlemen. We are also honored to welcome Mr. Thomas Lemanauskas, the Deputy Secretary General at the International Telecommunication Union, ITU, an organization that plays a critical role in global coordination, spectrum management, and, of course, international cooperation in space activities. Yours.
Sabah al-khair al-jamia. Good morning. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really honored here to join you in Riyadh on behalf of International Telecommunication Union here for this vital gathering. A milestone moment in our shared commitment to keep space safe, open, and viable for future generations. Humanity is currently rewriting its relationship with the sky. What was once a quiet, dark canvas has become busy, bright, and ever more essential to daily life on Earth. Growing numbers of satellites are joining the stars in the night sky. Actually, gazing at the stars during my recent holiday in the Maldives, and Geneva is a bit too bright for that, I was able to really appreciate how many dots are traversing the sky at different speeds. I'm sure that if anyone wants to experience this here in Saudi Arabia, despite this explosive growth and economic development, you'll still find the pieces of Arabian desert. You will be able to be amazed with the night sky here and see all those satellites above you joining the stars. Satellite expansion is really transforming our economies and our societies. Many of you may recognize this as a symbol of the progress of human ingenuity, and you are right. But progress brings weight to responsibilities. We need to ensure that the exploding space economy benefits all and can be enjoyed for generations to come. Predictable, responsible, and inclusive management of space resources, including satellite orbits, is key to ensure this. Today, we come together to keep space sustainable now and for future generations. I'm especially grateful to His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Al-Tamimi, CEO of the Saudi Space Agency, for the kind invitation to address this key conference and for very close partnership. I applaud the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's leadership in debris mitigation, regional space engagement, and also youth engagement, including student programs to design and build ultra-small satellites. The Debris Solver competition at this conference is one more exciting innovation platform to get ahead of this challenge, to safeguard and ensure human well-being and boost future global prosperity. I also, of course, would like to acknowledge our dear partner within the United Nations family, Arti Kholamaini, Director of UNOSA, for the strong partnership and ensuring the space is usable for humanity for the years to come. Mohammed or Dr. Al-Tamimi already mentioned how many satellites we've seen in our night sky and also how many launches we see. We also see unprecedented numbers of filings from national administrations to the EU for upcoming launch plans, overwhelmingly in low Earth orbit. Just last month, we received applications for more than 200,000 satellites across 14 planned constellations. These are astonishing numbers, and they reflect the world's increasingly demand for space-enabled connectivity, Earth observation and navigation services. LEO revolution also boosts climate monitoring and disaster response around the globe. Satellite services are digital lifelines, especially for communities in remote areas and all those facing increasingly frequent climate-driven emergencies. Remarkable opportunities, but with them also come important challenges that we need to address together. Some of the following numbers may be familiar to you. Space surveillance networks now track 40,000 objects more than 10 centimeters in diameter, and 70% of them are space debris, not functioning satellites. Scientists estimate at least 1 million debris fragments between 1 and 10 centimeters, each big enough to disable a satellite. Even pieces as small as 1 millimeter can cause damage. And indeed, Arti mentioned what happened in the last 6 months in terms of space debris generation. But actually, in just the last 2 weeks, one satellite was declared non-recoverable after impact, estimated to cost $400 million. Another nation's uncrewed return capsule landed after sustaining cracks in its viewport, likely from debris. And the US Federal Aviation Administration warned airlines of renewed risks from falling launch debris. So these are no longer abstract scenarios, they're happening right now. And the trend is accelerating. Launch traffic is 27 times higher than a decade ago. The biggest operator now performs tens of thousands of orbital maneuvers every month, each exceeding previously published parameters. Inevitably, this adds to the complexity of collision avoidance for everyone. Yet, even as new missions go lower and lower, orbital space remains as finite, non-renewable, increasingly scarce resource. Entering it is increasingly easy. Cleaning it or repairing it gets extremely difficult. What happens in one orbit affects many others. What one operator decides can affect every operator. And each country's new launches affect every country's access to the sky. Space is our global commons, but humanity's shared usage of it is under serious pressure. More than ever, space operators all need transparency, predictability, and trusted coordination mechanisms. Space traffic management and effective deorbiting practices are increasingly key to avoid collision in orbit and to keep our entire modern world running smoothly. And it's not only about the coexistence between the growing number of satellites. Many of you know the broad UN goal of preserving dark and quiet skies. The quiet part, meaning radio quiet, falls squarely under ITU's mandate. Harmful radio interference in space threatens radio astronomy, Earth exploration, and other passive scientific services. We need to work together to preserve these crucial services for humanity as well. Colleagues, ITU has been regulating space resources for 63 years. Since the first space conference in Geneva in 1963, our key treaty instrument, the radio regulations, has been key in planning and deployment of the space systems. But never have the challenges been so intense, nor our actions so important. The urgency is clearly understood. That's why we've got an 80% space-related agenda for ITU's next World Radio Communications Conference, WRC27, in Shanghai, October next year. Our membership through the Plenipotentiary Conference of 2022, as well as Radio Assembly and World Radio Communications Conference in 2023, have already asked to rise to the challenge, and we are responding. Let me highlight some of the key resources ITU delivers to the global space community today. First, our Space Sustainability Gateway. This new online toolkit consolidates international and national strategies, policies, standards, environmental reports, satellite catalogs, and tools for spectrum and space traffic coordination. It's the most comprehensive set of space sustainability resources available internationally, and it's free, and we'll have more information on this later in this conference. Second, Argus, our new monitoring and transparency platform. Actually, in the days ahead, ITU will issue a circular letter calling all our member states and all non-gestationary satellite operators to nominate direct points of contact for satellite operations and interference mitigations. These contacts will form a global directory embedded in Argus, the new ITU visualization and monitoring tool built on the tolerances defined in ITUR Resolution 8. Argus allows operators and regulators to monitor actual and GNSO deployment and facilitate direct communication among satellite operators in case of deviation from nominal values. This will mark a step change in transparency, coordination, and trust. Third, our new ITUR handbook and recommendation on safe deorbiting. Under ITUR Resolution 74, our Radio Communication Bureau is preparing a new standard for safe deorbiting and disposal of NGSO systems at the end of life. Our comprehensive handbook will follow, capturing best practices from governments, regulators, space agencies, and the industry globally. Fourth, our Space Sustainability Forum in 2024 and 2025. Over 2 editions, we have convened 6,000 participants from 143 countries, showcasing real-time space traffic coordination systems, hands-on workshops, and the new Argus system. And fifth, Space Connect webinars. These monthly capacity-building sessions help emerging space nations build regulatory and technical capacity to enter global space ecosystem responsibly. Altogether, ITU provides a coherent package to facilitate space operations, empower new entrants, and help keep space usage viable going forward. The pace of satellite deployment will not slow. In fact, it will accelerate. Multiple countries, not just 1 or 2, are pursuing large constellations exceeding 100,000 satellites. This is good. It drives innovation, expands global coverage, and strengthens resilience. But it also increases congestion, interference, and the risks of chain reaction collisions. That's why dialogue is essential, why coordination is important, and why everyone needs to take ownership of these issues. We all have responsibilities. Governments must ensure filings are realistic, transparent, and aligned with long-term sustainability. Operators must adopt responsible deployment, deorbiting, and interference mitigation practices, and share maneuver data more transparently. Scientists must be protected so astronomy can continue advancing humanity's understanding of ourselves and our universe, and multilateral agencies centered on the UN system should play their role helping guide long-term space development while reinforcing agreed norms, aligning key mandates, and delivering trusted coordination platforms right now. No country can solve this alone, none operator can solve this alone. But together, we can keep space safe, sustainable, and awe-inspiring. Friends, all those satellites crossing the sky represent limitless opportunities. They show what we can achieve with curiosity and ambition. Let's be proud of this. But also let's make sure that it benefits the whole of humanity for the generations to come. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Do not touch the mic, that's the lesson. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we mark a very important milestone with the signing of a Memorandum of Understanding with UNOSA, underscoring our shared commitment to collaboration, of course, to transparency, and the sustainable use of outer space. I would like to please welcome back His Excellency Mr. Mohammed At-Tamimi and Mrs. Arti Hawlamaini, Director of UNOSA, to the stage, and congratulate them on signing this Memorandum of Understanding. Please. A proud moment and an important milestone, signing the MOU with UNOSA, underscoring our shared commitment to collaboration, transparency, and the sustainable use of outer space. Congratulations. Thank you to the Saudi Space Agency and UNOSA, and congratulations again. Ladies and gentlemen, we are proud to introduce the Debris Solver Competition, a global platform for innovation and practical solutions addressing the growing challenge of space debris. This year, the competition attracted more than 2,000 applicants from 40 different countries, reflecting the scale of global interest and expertise engaged in this effort. Let's watch this video first.
A global competition launched by the Saudi Space Agency, created as a platform that brings together brilliant minds from around the world for one shared purpose. Debris Solver was launched in Vienna during the meetings of the United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, COPUOS, in mid-2025, from the headquarters of the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs, UNOSA. The journey began through strategic partnerships with 4 leading global companies: Astroscale, Aldoria, Leo Labs, and Slingshot. Because transformative solutions emerge when expertise meets innovation, focused on one goal: to work together for a sustainable space environment. The competition was designed across 4 integrated tracks: social, economic, regulatory, and technical, reflecting one essential truth: sustainability cannot be achieved from a single perspective, but through integrated efforts when we work together. Throughout this journey, more than 2,000 participants from over 40 countries came together. Ideas converged, expertise aligned, ambitions united in a global scene that embodies the power of collaboration and the true meaning of collective action. Then came the phase of real creation. Solutions supported by data and unique analytical tools. Ideas evolved from discussions into research papers, contributing to the future of space sustainability. Until they reached the moment of evaluation, presented before an international jury, representing leading scientists and experts from around the world. From all submitted solutions, the top 20 entries were selected to be showcased in a dedicated exhibition at the Space Debris Conference 2026, a space where innovators from across the world come together with one shared message. We make the difference for a future we believe deserves better, towards a sustainable space.
The power of collaboration. One message, a sustainable space. Here at the conference, a dedicated Debris Solver competition exhibition showcasing the solutions developed by the participants is outside. I encourage you to visit, explore their work, and engage with the ideas on the display. Tomorrow, on the second day of the conference, we will announce the competition winners. Your Excellency, I would like to call you back on stage It is time for the awards for our partners, please. His Excellency Mohammed Al-Tamimi, and we will continue with the awards to our partners. Thank you to our partners who share the same vision. We would like to call the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs, UNOSA, Mrs. Arti Holamaini. The International Telecommunication Union, ITU, Mr. Thomas Lemanauskas. Leo Labs, Dr. Daniel Sipperley. Astroscale, Mr. Michael Lindsay. Slingshot Aerospace, Dr. Belinda Marchand. She's here. One more time, Slingshot Aerospace, Dr. Belinda Marchand. Welcome. Please. Aldoria, Dr. Alexis Petty. Again, thank you to our partners who share the same vision, of course. On stage, Aldoria, Dr. Alexis Petty, please. Communications, Space and Technology Commission, CST, Engineer Mferrih Nahari. Neo Space Group, NSG, Mr. Martin Blanken. IADC, Mr. Andrew Ratcliffe. European Space Policy Institute, ESPI, Mr. Marco Aliberti. And finally, Center of Space Futures, Misha'al Shmemri. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you. We extend our sincere appreciation to the second edition of SDC partners and sponsors. Your support and collaboration, of course, make this conference possible and enable meaningful global progress. Ladies and gentlemen, we now continue and begin with our first panel of the conference titled Leading the Way, Government Collaboration for a Sustainable Space Environment. This panel brings together senior representatives from governments and international organizations to explore how collaboration, how coordination and shared responsibility among public institutes can actually shape a sustainable future for space. It is my pleasure to welcome our distinguished panelist, Dr. Bulbul Mukherjee, Deputy Director for Safe and Sustainable Operation at ISRO. Mr. Giorgio Sacoccia, Senior Advisor to the Director General at the European Space Agency. Mr. Jorge Chicorosi, Head of the Space Strategy and Sustainability Division at ITU. Mrs. Marielle Borowitz, Head of International SSA Engagement at the Office of Space Commerce in the U.S. Department of Commerce. And finally, Koichi Kikochi, Manager of International Relations and Research at JAXA. And the moderator of this session, Mr. Mohammed Al-Angri, the Chief Planning and Development Officer at the Saudi Space Agency. All yours, Mohammed. Thank you very much.
It's working now. Thank you so much. Thank you, Yasser. Yasser spoke about the static electricity on the mics. So let's get it over with. Just touch them and let's do them. We did it by design, by the way. So when you touch the static electricity, sparks ideas in your mind. So the discussion will be better. And I think this is the only lie you will hear in the conference. Everything else is more scientific. So thank you so much for being here. We'll start our first session. Which is basically we're currently witnessing a golden age of orbital expansion. Yet this progress is shadowed by a reality where we no longer can ignore. Tens of thousands of debris fragments circling our planets at lethal speeds. Physics do not recognize national borders. And in this environment, a collision for one is a problem for all. Today, we address the only viable path forward, the power of collaboration. Our panel, Leading the Way, will focus on fostering government collaboration to mitigate debris problem. We bring together global architects of policy and operations to discuss how we move from individual compliance to collective multinational alliance to the stars. I'll briefly introduce our panelists. So on my left, we have Dr. Bulbul. Thank you for being here. Dr. Bulbul is the Deputy Director, Safe Sustainable Operation at ISRO, the Indian Space Agency. She heads the Safe Sustainable Operation Management area at ISRO. She also manages compliance with IADC and UN COPUS. Thank you, Dr. Bulbul, for being here. Next, we have Giorgio. Giorgio is the former President of the Italian Space Agency, Senior Advisor to the Director General of the European Space Agency. Giorgio has more than 30 years of experience in ESA. Also, thank you for being here. And from the ITU, we have Jorge. Thank you for being here, Head of Space Sustainability Division, Radio Communication Bureau at ITU, 25 years of experience in satellite communication and regulation at international level. And then joining us from the United States Office of Space Commerce, Dr. Marielle, thank you for being with us. She's the Director of International Space Situational Awareness Engagement in the Office of Space Commerce, Associate Professor of Georgia Tech, specialized in international policy, SSA data sharing, and satellite data applicability. And finally, we are joined by Koichi. Thank you for being here, Specialist in Space Law Policy. Koichi also leads JAXA's, which is the Japanese Space Agency, engagement on international norms and UN COPUS long-term sustainability guidelines. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being here. So we'll start our panel. So the first question will be more of a generic questions to all of you, which is basically give us a brief about your plans when it comes to space debris mitigation. So I'll start with you, Dr. Bulbul. What are ISRO's plans when it comes to space policies regarding debris mitigation?
Thank you for the question. As we know that based on the visions of our founding father, Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, all India ISRO's space program are primarily aimed to assist the national development and may leverage the space-based technology to the extent that the benefits percolate down to the all strata of society. So we recognize the importance of space debris mitigation, and ISRO has been a member of the IADC, that is Interagency Space Debris Coordination Committee, and we implement and adhere to the guidelines which are prescribed by IADC and UN COPUS in our space programs and mission management to the maximum extent possible. This includes collision avoidance and conjunction assessment for our spacecrafts which orbit the Earth, as well as the ones which are in deep space like Chandrayaan missions and others. We also ensure that our launch vehicles are lifted off in a way that there is no collision risk when it is during the ascent phase also and during the initial orbital phase. And there are certain measures which we undertake for mitigating space debris, like post-mission disposal and passivation. All our spacecrafts which are in geosynchronous orbit are passivated before being disposed in a super geosynchronous orbit. That includes the recent endeavor which we have done for our INSAT 1D satellite. It was in a, it is IRNSS 1D satellite. It was in an inclined geosynchronous orbit, and it got disposed above 600 kilometers from the geobelt. And some of the recent endeavors include deorbiting low orbiting satellites as well. That is, we deorbited Cartosat 2, then Microsat 1, and Megatropics 1 was one of the most challenging exercises which we had undertaken. We deorbited this satellite and made it to re-enter in a controlled manner over the South Pacific. Otherwise, the satellite would have remained in the orbit for more than 100 years. These are some of the activities. And to further reaffirm our commitment to the space debris mitigation and long-term sustainability of outer space, we have undertaken we have unveiled the intent of debris-free space mission in the very apt occasion of the 42nd IADC annual meet in Bangalore in 2024. We aspire that all our Indian space missions will become debris-free by the year 2030, and Indian space policy also has been unveiled, and that promotes more and more participation of the private sector. Basically, Indian space plays the role of the regulator and the promoter. At the same time, when they're authorizing any space missions, they ensure that the missions adhere to the space debris-related guidelines to the extent that is prescribed. So these are some of the activities which we are carrying out, and we also are slowly embarking into the arena of active debris removal and in-orbit servicing. Though they are in a very innocuous state, we have started certain technological demonstrations and studies are being initiated. Thank you.
Sorry?
Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you, Doctor. So just a quick follow-up. So India is now moving from like singular launches to more of crewed launches, which is more complicated. Does that change India's view when it comes to debris mitigation, or it's still the same? You're committed to zero debris?
Obviously, when it is crewed launches or human mission, the stakes are higher. So what we are trying to do is when authorizing the spacecraft operators from the Indian space sector, we ensure that no satellite without maneuverability and trackability are encouraged to be launched in the inhabited region, which is typically 400 plus minus 30 kilometer kind of region, because that is the most conducive and a very unique region as far as human space missions are concerned. And we are also developing certain shielding and other activities to protect our crewed mission, which is taking place.
Thank you so much. So going to you, Giorgio, similar kind of question. So what are basically ESA's plans when it comes to space debris mitigation, space debris policy?
Thank you. Thank you very much for the question. Thanks for having me here. European Space Agency is very, very active in, and very serious about the issue of space debris. Actually, our approach is to not only take action, but to lead by examples in this specific field, to the point that in 2022 we have introduced and tried to involve a large amount of organization partners into what we call a Zero Debris Charter, which is a commitment to a number of actions that will eventually try to contribute to the mitigation of space debris already now and in the future. We intend to act in terms of, I mean, when I said leading by example means, first of all, we act on our own mission, on European mission, on ESA mission. So we intend to make sure that there will be disposal of our satellites in the future within a certain number of years after the end of operations, in such a way that we, with a very high level of probability, those satellites will be either re-enter safely to Earth or brought to a safe orbit, depending, of course, from the starting operational orbit. We want to act on making as safe as possible the orbits for other operational satellites, while one of our satellites is approaching the disposal time. So acting on clearance of orbits, and of course acting as much as possible on the detections of satellites and objects in orbit, and to support active operations for collision avoidance. What is interesting is that on these actions, which of course we have agreed with our member states, because it will come, of course, with consequences that I'm sure we'll talk about it in terms of costs, etc. But we have, what was interesting is that this charter has been supported, is being signed by more and more organizations. We are today at a bit less than 200, a mix of agencies, companies, and different type of operators that are really committing to what we try to lead as example.
You mentioned the charter. Is that the zero debris charter, or?
Sorry, the Zero Debris Charter. Yeah.
Okay. So, having said that, do you think that this standard would be the global standard, or do you think that we're going to have different blocks in the world where people are committed to zero debris and others might not commit?
Well, it's difficult to talk about the global standards. Again, what we are committed to is to give an example, to give a guideline. Actually, a part of the charter, we have produced a number of guidelines, even handbooks that showed how to actually implement or to make sure that future satellites, for example, will be developed according to this target. I personally believe that what counts is not just to produce a standard that will be followed by everyone. There might be several reasons why, depending on the region, depending on the organization, the approach to be followed for eventually zero debris environment might be different in terms of regulation, in terms of a path. What counts is the ultimate results. And in this respect, coordination among countries is the way to go. An initiative like this conference, of course, and similar initiatives are absolutely essential to raise the awareness at global level on what needs to be done and to act on it.
Interesting. I'll get back to that also on the second pillar from our discussion, but I'll go to you, Jorge. So in the ITU, what are also your plans when it comes to debris mitigation policies? Can you elaborate on that, please?
Closer.
Should be working automatically.
Can you hear me now? Okay. So thanks, first of all, thank you for inviting ITU, and it's a pleasure to be here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, that you are taking such a lead in this field. At the ITU, we started to focus on this topic or pay more attention a couple of years ago, let's say. And the way we approach is more from the pragmatic way. So, of course, we have rules set at international level. We see that also they are kind of fragmented, and we are also trying to improve the framework at the ITU. But we said, okay, we have certain rules, we have certain tools. The situation is totally different than 20 years ago. So let's try to convene these actors to use these tools. So one of the things we did was to develop a website, if you wish, a repository of informational or space toolkit, where we have all the strategies, or the most important or latest strategies in terms of post-mission disposal, strategies for the orbiting, but also space catalog. Many of the space traffic coordination tools that we have here in the room, we have a direct access through the portal. The idea was to have as it is called, a space gateway, a space sustainability gateway, so everybody can arrive there and find the solutions, which are already available, as I said. The second one we did was we started to see the need, following the Resolution 8 of WRC 23, of monitoring the deployment of NGSO, large constellations. So, as you know, we have a Resolution 8 which sets certain orbital tolerances, basically in terms of inclination and altitudes. So, for every single satellite system which is filed to ITU, we need to, and we are monitoring that, based on the information they provide to ITU, but also based on the actual parameters which are being observed. And we verify if they are within these tolerances, plus or minus 30 kilometers, etc. So we created a new tool, which was unveiled just a few days before, and you will see a new circular letter during this week calling to member states and industry to provide your direct point of contact. So whenever you see that the satellite can go beyond those regulatory tolerances stated in the radio regs for spectrum purpose, but also affecting space traffic coordination, if you wish, you can contact directly to that operator. So this is just available on the website. It's called Argus, as mentioned the Deputy Secretary General, and we call for the members and the operators to provide us with this direct point of contact. So, as I said, more from the pragmatic side than theoretical side, we try to establish or facilitate this communication to those who are already operating in LEO. So, and then of course we did a couple of space sustainability forum where we collected the needs from the different players, and we try to convene the key players from different regions, different sectors which are using LEO, and we found it quite useful. At least we got very good feedback. And on the regulatory side, we have Resolution 74, which is being developed in the study groups 4 of the ITU, where basically we are instructed to do two things. One is a handbook on the orbiting strategies, but also a possible recommendation. So nevertheless, as we know, like any other regulatory approach, it takes time. That's why we thought that the need is more urgent than waiting for materializing all these efforts in the regulatory side. And we are providing these tools, online tools, concrete tools, for everyone to use them. So that's the first phase, let's say.
Maybe just a quick question. Is ensuring satellite deorbiting part of the filing now within the ITU, or it's not? So when a company files for basically an orbital slot, do the ITU ensure that this satellite would be deorbit? And if it's not, would the establishment of the space sustainability division within the ITU, would that be part of the future plans of the ITU?
So today, the information we are asking is at the filing level. When they are submitting the filing, there is a couple of parameters which is to know if the station has capabilities for station keeping or not. This is the first indication. Of course, the orbital parameters, and then we follow this deployment through the process, and verifying in the different milestones. For example, if we take those in the normal KU, KA band, large constellations, we verify when it's brought into use, when it's deployed 2 years, 5 years, 7 years, according to resolution 35. So in all these milestones, we verify the orbital tolerance, if they are within that. And in addition to that, as I said, we are mainly focused on monitoring this evolution, and everyone can see it on this Argus platform. No? At any time, you can see and compare where the satellite is and where it should be according to the regulations. No? So that's our main idea for that.
Amazing, thank you so much. So to you, Dr. Mariel, so can you also elaborate more on the Office of Space Commerce work when it comes to space mitigation, space tracking?
Sure, absolutely. And first, thank you very much for having me here. So the Office of Space Commerce really does three things. It regulates commercial remote sensing in the United States, it advocates for the commercial space industry, and then it's also in charge of developing a new civil space situational awareness system called the Traffic Coordination System for Space, or TRACS. And it's really that third one that is kind of our primary focus that contributes a significant amount to space sustainability, in particular by providing collision avoidance services intended for all spacecraft operators around the world, free of charge. That is in development now, so it's currently providing services to 15 pilot users covering about 10,000 spacecraft. So those entities are using the services on a regular basis, providing feedback, and the intention is to open that up to additional users and be fully operational within this year.
So amazing. So one thing that happened recently in the space history of the United States is the movement of space tracking from defense focus to the Department of Commerce. Just maybe two-parter. One, why do you think from your own perspective was this move? And do you think this move would allow for more basically sharing of data with other space nations?
Sure, thank you for the question. Yeah, so the original purpose of shifting this mission, or this portion of the mission, from the military, which has done this job for decades, to a civil agency was laid out in Space Policy Directive 3 in the United States, and it really was to allow the military to focus on their particular mission and put the space safety portion of space situational awareness, of collision avoidance, as a separate mission that a civil agency could really focus on. And I think, as you mentioned, that does give us a lot of benefits in terms of our ability to think about information sharing and international coordination. So as a civil agency, NOAA has a long history of international sharing of data and information. You can think of areas like weather, for example. And so when we developed our data policy for TRACS, one, as a new system, we're able to kind of look at the space sector where it stands today and what are the, excuse me, what are the norms for information sharing, what information is out there, and really come at it from a perspective of open by default. So this is safety information. Let's try to share information whenever possible. And really only restrict access to information if there's a good reason to do so for national security or proprietary reasons. And I think in that process, we really saw there's a lot of information related to space situational awareness that can be shared, and that supports the spacecraft operators who are maybe want to do their own internal analysis in addition to the services that they receive. It helps researchers to develop kind of the next capabilities and improve the state of the art. It helps entrepreneurial companies who can use those data and information as building blocks for additional services. So I think there's a lot of benefits to approaching it this way that really are possible as a new civil entity. And then I would say there's certainly a lot of benefit for international coordination as well. And I think Ardi Halamani in her remarks mentioned this new SSA expert group that was recently created within UN COPUOS. And I think that's a great example where clearly in even the initial conversations with that group, information sharing among different SSA centers around the world is going to be a really important topic and a really important element of how we ensure that, regardless of which SSA center is providing services, you're getting consistent information to spacecraft operators and high quality information. So yeah, I think it's very, very beneficial in that way.
Amazing, thank you so much. So to you also, Koichi, JAXA's plans when it comes to space debris mitigation and space debris removal. Can you also elaborate more of JAXA's role when it comes to collaborating with private sector when it comes to space debris removal?
Regarding space debris mitigation, JAXA is an active participant in...
Can you make the mic closer to you, please? Yeah,
okay. Yes, regarding space debris mitigation, JAXA is an active participant in international discussion at UN COPIOS, IADC, or other venues. As for the debris remediation, JAXA has advanced RPO, rendezvous and proximity operation technology through the development of technology demonstration satellites and International Space Station resupply spacecraft. Based on these technologies, JAXA is conducting CRD2 program together with Astroscale. At the same time, to implement the CRD2 program, JAXA has participated in establishing the Japanese government's on-orbit servicing guidelines, supporting industry through both technological development and rule-making. Government of Japan intends to extend the guidelines internationally as good example and reference of the rules for emerging space technologies and joining international discussion at the UN COPIOS or other venue. This participation in international norms building and rule making is embedded within Japanese space policy. Japan's strength lies in its ability to participate in discussions on international norms and rules with technical backing, given its space technology, and to demonstrate the validity of these norms and rules through its missions. Japan should leverage these strengths to realize sustainable space activities. JAXA intends to support this effort with expertise in both space technology and space policy and law.
Amazing. Thank you so much. And I think ending the first pillar with JAXA is amazing because our second pillar would be focused in how we can enable the private sector and basically make the private sector take the bill, if that's the right way to say it. So I'll start with you, Daniel, Dr. Daniel, if you allow me. And I'm speaking to the professor now. I'm not speaking to director in the Office of Space Commerce. So do you think the current government incentives when it comes to private sector, so for example, insurance and such, are enough to push private sector to basically embed space debris mitigation methods within their manufacturing, within their launches, et cetera, et cetera?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I mean, certainly I would say when you're thinking about issues like space situational awareness and collision avoidance, the spacecraft operators have a pretty significant incentive to do well in that area, right? So at a basic level, they don't want to have collisions and lose their own assets. But also they're making really significant investments in space that they're hoping are going to pay out over fairly long periods of time. And so they also want to keep the environment sustainable and usable for that long term. So I do see a fairly decent incentive on the part of the commercial operators. I think one of the things that Office of Space Commerce is trying to do with the track system is make sure that the spacecraft operators have the information they need to actually do a good job at collision avoidance, right? And I think operators have generally shown that when they have access to that information and it's high quality information, they'll carry out those collision avoidance maneuvers, they'll try and coordinate. But they've got to have that information. They've got to get consistent information from different SSA centers around the world. They need to have ways to work with their counterparts. I think it was mentioned in some other introductory remarks, we're all operating in the same physical space. And so you have to have the ability, if you have a conjunction with a spacecraft from another country, to pick up the phone, send an email, have the contact information, and be certain you're going to get a response. And so I think there may be a place in the future for additional regulatory action or other things, but I think in the meantime, certainly for our office, the focus is really on getting the information there, improving the international coordination so that the spacecraft operators can act with what we have today.
Amazing. So, Giorgio, if you allow me, so with the, I think, more stricter regulation in Europe when it comes to space mitigation with the zero debris policy, do you think that Europe is basically pushing the European private sector into a corner where they cannot compete with other private sector that have more leverage, or do you think that's not going to happen?
That's an interesting question, of course, because nothing comes for free in life. But competitiveness is not a digital idea. I mean, yes or no, or favorable or unfavorable. Investing in a future with a safer space environment is something that, of course, when ESA has committed to that, has elaborated this strategy and commitment together with our member states that are, of course, responsible and to support also the competitiveness of their own industry in Europe. So it is clear that going this direction means also being willing to cover part of the short-term cost that will enable our industry to procure the necessary technologies, the approach that that they will have to apply to their products in the future. And that's what we are actually doing. We are investing in technology, we are investing on demonstration missions. What will happen is that eventually our own companies, our own member states will have the opportunity to offer in the future, also privately, satellites, a mission that will be more sellable. I'm convinced about that, because in the long term, in an ideal world that we all want to be part of, it will be a conditio sine qua non to procure satellites, to procure operations that eventually can guarantee also a sustainable space environment. So I'm pretty convinced that what we invest today, and ESA is taking part of those costs, and our member states as well, together with our industry that are also committed to that, and maybe taking the burden of being more active in convincing that their investment now will pay in the future. This will actually happen. There will be a more convincing. We will have more convincing product for the future, more competitive.
Amazing. So, Jorge, if you allow me, so in the future, where we face a reality of more scrutiny when it comes to companies filing for orbital slots or countries filing for orbital slots, while including basically sustainability guidelines or more heavy sustainability guidelines, would that create basically a barrier to entry for new private sector companies who are looking to manufacture the cheapest satellites or rapid manufacturing, whatever, and then they face the reality when they want to fire for orbital slots, there is more scrutiny when it comes to space debris, and this will basically make those companies at higher risk to enter the market?
Thank you for the question, because in fact, yeah, it's interesting, because normally, historically, always when we were speaking about space sustainability, it's always it was always understood like a space environment, which of course has a lot to do, preventing physical collisions, but we understood with the time that there are more than one component in space sustainability. Obviously, the space environment, but also the spectrum access to spectrum and spectrum free of harmful interference, which is our main mandate and business in ITU, the Telecommunication Bureau. But also economic part, no? Because these three components are interrelated. If we don't satisfy the three components, it's not sustainable. If we don't have a clean environment, if we don't have a clean spectrum, if we don't have a return of investment, that's not sustainable in time. And I think we are realizing more and more about this and this interrelation between the different components. That's why we are in this event and in many others. So from the economic side, in the ITU, we have, as you know, the cost recovery fees and filing system, which means that for every filing which is submitted, depending on the complexity of the constellation, it has to be paid for the treatment of this filing. And this methodology was just a review a few months ago this year because it was really old. So at that time, when the first NGSO constellation were submitted, it was nothing to do like today, so it was 20 years old. So we just reviewed it, and now it's much more, let's say, realistic, so in particular for the large constellations, but also allows that those countries which are emerging powers may have the right to have a free filing, no? So they still have that. There are some discussions at the Council this year trying to see if this could apply to all the countries or some of them only. For example, if there is a developed country which has many constellations, should it be entitled still to free entitlement or not? But certainly, all the member states have the right to have a free filing for that, meaning access from the economic perspective. Then when it comes to the spectrum, of course, it has to coordinate because it's a matter of compatibility, no? But there is this advantage as well.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Jorge. So, Dr. Bulbul, just FYI, I've been to India, I think last year twice, and I've seen the private sector in the Indian, basically, space sector, and it was amazing. It's booming. And I've seen also a lot of private-public partnerships in the space sector. So, from your perspective, do you think that giving the Indian model and the success that they've done in PPP, is this the way to go in basically your mind when it comes to fixing the space debris problem in India? Not in the space, but in the India sector?
Okay, given the current situation, it is very clear that only with space debris mitigation alone, we will not be able to flatten the curve of debris growth. So active debris removal is one area, and another is in-orbit servicing and refueling and other things for mission extension, which is an area which needs to be looked into. And such activities are unlikely to become a mainstream activity as far as the National Space Agency is concerned because there are other priorities for them. So the only way to proceed is to have a better private-public partnership because when you involve the private players, you have the advantage of rapid innovation and technological development and demonstration. And this kind of technologies are inherently very costly and complex, and they have certain risk associated with them. And another issue is they have certain dual-use connotation associated with them. So this kind of places where private government agencies can actually set down certain regulations and other rules, which will be very important. Second aspect is when you have private players investing on such ventures, they need a certain sustainable return. There should be a business case for them to proceed. So unless there is a clear mandate that space debris mitigation or space debris remediation is essential for you to get authorization or get into space venture, nobody is going to implement it. This is where the government can really help to build up a sustainable framework and lay down the policies which mandate such removals, and the private players can come in and they can leverage this opportunity. Another thing is certain research or developments like, let us say, some rendezvous or proximity operations or something robotic arm manipulator-related demonstrations, whatever is being done by the government players, that can be actually shared with the private agencies, or they can come up with certain innovative techniques. This is how the both ecosystem can benefit and really get converged onto a viable solution or find a proper roadmap. So that is my...
And I think this is a good segue to my question to you, Koichi. So JAXA, as far as I know, is now working with Astroscale, who are here somewhere today, to develop active debris removal system. So can you elaborate more on that? Plus, do you think that will reach a point where those kind of systems would be profitable for those companies where they do not need government intervention like JAXA or ISRO or whatever to develop that?
Okay. JAXA demonstrated RPO technology in the first phase of CRD2. And JAXA and Astroscale are planning to demonstrate ADR technology through the second phase of this program. This mission will, at the same time, demonstrate the rationality and validity of the on-orbit service guidelines. The guidelines not only promote on-orbit service business, but also establish norms and rules for on-orbit service missions by employing safety and transparency as fundamental principles of on-orbit servicing, thereby gaining international trust for Japan's on-orbit service. We believe this will pave the way for the international expansion of the ADR business. Furthermore, as Minister of State for Space Policy, Mr. Kiuchi announced at the last year's COPIOS, the Japanese government is currently examining what coordination will be necessary among relevant countries and operators in international ADR and on-orbit service missions. At next week's UN COPIOS Scientific and Technical Subcommittee, the Japanese government plans to hold a side event and technical presentation to announce the progress of this discussion. We encourage everyone to pay close attention to these events, and we believe this discussion will further advance the commercialization of ADR and on-orbit servicing missions. That's our strategy.
Thank you, Koichi. So going to our last question, which is an open-ended question, so feel free to answer it. But I'm cautious of the time. We have 9 minutes, 18 seconds remaining, 17, 15. And I'll start with you, Jorge, if you allow us. So basically looking at the future, so let's say 2040, how do you see the space debris from an operational perspective, from a policy perspective, and even from a technology perspective, if you want to say? So from your experience, how do you want to see it going beyond 2040?
The vision, I would say the vision is today.
Is?
Today.
The mission, okay.
As I said before, we already have today a lot of solutions. So we have complexity. So if you are asking me, yes, in the next 10 years it will be more congested, as everybody knows, we already discussed. Last month there was one member state only who submitted 200,000 satellites in 2 filings only, which perhaps not the 200,000 will materialize, but it's already indicating a growing number. So certainly it will be more complex in terms of space traffic coordinations. It will be more complex in terms of spectrum compatibility. It's already complex today. I cannot say about economics. I don't know. It's not my topic, but probably also it's another challenge. So, but we have solutions already, as I said. So we have solution for SSA, for space traffic coordination. We have some frameworks we are trying to promote, advocate for that, which always can be improved, no? So the point is just to start to use them, no, today. And the collaboration and the role of the government is very important. So our vision is what our members are asking, either member states or industry, but I would say collaboration between the sectors, between the regions is key, and then just to use the tools.
Great, amazing. So Dr. Marial, same question.
Yeah, absolutely, and I totally agree. We have a lot of the solutions now, and I think there's a lot of ways that we can improve. So I hope that by 2040, all spacecraft operators have access to timely, accurate space situational awareness information that allows them to efficiently conduct and safely conduct collision avoidance throughout the lifetime of their spacecraft. I hope that they have clear protocols and constant access to the correct contact information to be able to work with international counterparts, either directly or through automated systems. I hope that the SSA systems around the world, of which I'm sure there will be even more at that time, are coordinated closely together so that they are sharing information and ensuring they're providing consistent information to those spacecraft operators. So I think we are starting on a path that will get us there, but I hope by 2040 that's the situation.
Amazing, thank you. Giorgio, same question.
Thank you. I can be very official as ESA for a simple reason. Okay, so far what I presented talking about the zero-degree charter is something which has an horizon of about 2030. But last year, ESA has issued a vision which is called Strategy 2040, so it's exactly this time frame, which is subdivided into a certain number of objectives. The first objective look at protecting our planet at large, so not just what happened on the surface, but also around, in near Earth orbit, And the message there is that what we are aiming to is the enhancement, the implementation of a greener circular space economy, which will be based, of course, on a zero-degree environment. But what I think would be really the step forward is this world circular space economy, because with a proper attitude, we can aim to a situation 15 years from now where we will not just get rid of what can potentially become a space debris, but maybe even use some of them, reutilize them through proper planning and through proper technologies. So space logistics in the future will make possible that, and we can really make sure that we will bring up into space what you are trying to do today with a proper sustainability and sustainable approach on Earth.
Amazing. So in 1 minute, Dr. Bulbul, same question. How do you want to see space debris mitigation, space debris removal by 2040? In 1 minute.
Yes, I'll be quick. I only aspire for more collective awareness of operations in space, the implications it can have at a global scale, because even the smallest satellite operator needs to be aware of it, because space is an entirely different arena. What you do on Earth, the effect gets limited. It's not the case here. So with that awareness, it's better to invest more and more on space situational awareness and space debris observational capability, because that ultimately forms the cornerstone of safety and sustainability of operations. And it's not just within a particular geographical location. You can set up sensors that will help. You need a global distribution, so that is where the international cooperation comes into the play. Data sharing and data exchanges, those things have been already addressed by the panelists. And finally, as far as India is concerned, I would like to say that we have a huge youth task force which can be tapped in, and there can be inspired to work more and more in this arena, because nothing inspires a person more than space, and this is one thing, it's a legacy which we have to pass on to our future generations. So With innovative solution, we foresee a sustainable future, which can actually, space sustainability can actually support the other sustainability development goals also.
Amazing. Thank you so much. So we finished on the dot. I told you we'll get you back on the schedule. Thank you so much, everyone. That was an amazing panel. Honestly, I learned a lot from it, and I hope you did. And I'll hand it over back to our MC. Thank you so much, guys, for being with us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed Al-Angari. Thank you, Dr. Bulbul, Mr. Giorgio, Mr. Jorge, Ms. Marielle, and Mr. Koichi. That was a great panel. We will now take our first break of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, please be back in your seats at 12:20 p.m. for the first keynote of the day, Safeguarding the Final Frontier, Global Collaboration on Space Debris Mitigation, delivered by Mr. Andrew Ratcliffe. Please be back here again at 12:20. Thank you. Have a great day.
Important notice to our valued guests. We kindly ask you to note the emergency exits for your safety. There are 4 emergency exits located on the right and left sides of the hall. Please make sure you are aware of the nearest exit to you. Thank you for your cooperation. Important notice to our valued guests. We kindly ask you to note the emergency exits for your safety. There are 4 emergency exits located on the right and left sides of the hall. Please make sure you are aware of the nearest exit to you.
Welcome back, everyone. Of course, the Saudi Space Debris Conference, SDC 2026. I hope you had a great networking session and a good break as we continue our first day of conference. And today, we're gathered by experts, policymakers, institutions from around 75 countries. Thank you for being with us. We are going to move to our first keynote of today, titled Safeguarding the Final Frontier Global Collaboration on Space Debris Mitigation. This keynote focuses on the importance of global collaboration in safeguarding the orbital environment, addressing space debris, ensuring that space remains accessible and safe for future generations. It is my pleasure to welcome our first keynote to the stage, Mr. Andrew Ratcliffe, the chair of the Interagency Space Debris Coordination Committee. So please welcome Andrew.
Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. Your Excellencies, honoured guests and distinguished delegates. It's a great honour to be here with you today. I would first like to express my sincere gratitude to His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Al-Tamimi, Chief Executive Officer of the Saudi Space Agency, and his team for the invitation to speak at the Saudi Space Agency Space Debris Conference 2026. My name is Andrew Ratcliffe. I'm Chief Engineer at the UK Space Agency, and I'm also the current chair of the Interagency Space Debris Coordination Committee. I'm truly pleased to be able to speak on the topic of global collaboration on space debris mitigation. Long-term sustainability of outer space activities, which is defined as our ability to maintain our current activities while preserving the environment for future generations, can only be achieved through joint action and international collaboration. As such, I would like to thank the Saudi Space Agency for organising this conference and delivering this important opportunity to bring together policymakers, operators, industry and academia to discuss the challenges and the tangible actions that are needed to ensure space safety and sustainability. I'd also like to highlight the particular leadership taken by the Saudi Space Agency and its technical partners in organising the Debris Solver competition. This is an excellent opportunity to inspire the next generation to deliver creative, innovative, and practical solutions to the challenges we face on orbit. And I'm looking forward to learning more about the outcomes of that competition over the next couple of days. Within my presentation, as mentioned, I'll be speaking on the global collaboration around space debris mitigation. The presentation will first look at the UK Space Agency, our role, our priorities, and work within space safety and sustainability, and how important international collaboration continues to be. I'll then provide some insight into the Interagency Space Debris Coordination Committee, which is the key international body on global collaboration on space debris. And I'll provide some insights into the role of the organisation, how we organise our work, and some of the key outputs. And lastly, I'll reflect on the outlook for international collaboration and needs. As we're all aware, we live in an age of space, with thousands of satellites orbiting the Earth and space technologies hardwired into the global economy and playing an important role in our daily lives. For example, 18% of the UK GDP depends on services from space, and we've estimated that our economy would lose £1 billion per day if the GPS signal were compromised. But this is nothing compared to the future opportunities within space, with the global economy forecast to be worth more than $1 trillion per year by 2045. To seize the growing opportunities and protect our security, the UK Space Agency exists to boost UK prosperity, understand the universe, and protect our planet and outer space. With an annual budget of £682 million in 25-26, we deliver space programs that foster innovation, create highly skilled jobs, and make groundbreaking discoveries and inspire the next generation of scientists and engineers. The UK space sector generates £18.6 billion and directly employs over 55,000 people. Space technology powers the economy and supports critical national infrastructure, including our energy grids and healthcare services. In addition, we deliver alongside our international partners. We work very closely with the European Space Agency and have a number of international collaborations worldwide. As you may be aware, from April 2026, the UK Space Agency will merge with the Space Directorate of our Department for Science, Innovation and Technology. Space is becoming increasingly important for the UK government, and this change will streamline our operations, allowing us to work more closely with our ministers and improve the ability to lead space policy, strategy, and deliver as a united team. We'll also be empowered to work more closely across government and agencies using a one government approach. Importantly, the merged units will retain the UK Space Agency name and identify and build on our international relationships and partners to ensure the UK maintains at the forefront of space. However, moving forward, the UK Space Agency's focus on catalysing investment, delivering mission and capabilities, and championing the power of space will remain the same. So focusing on our ability to deliver missions and capabilities, we lead a range of high-profile missions in the UK with global partners, from launch, where we're seeking to become one of the leading European providers of small launch by 2030, to science, where we are leading ESA's Visual Space Weather mission, which will provide advanced warning of dangerous space solar storms. Then in the frame of space safety and sustainability, we have a range of activities. So we're supporting technology development within ISAM, so in-space servicing, assembly and manufacture. And we're also seeking to deliver a national mission on active debris removal, which will seek to remove 2 licensed UK objects. We also deliver our NSPOC, so our National Space Operations Centre, which brings together both civil and military capabilities to monitor orbits through our Monitor Space Hazard Service. UKSA also recognises that alongside supporting new missions and technologies, that our regulatory regime is an important part of maintaining high standards of safety and security, while also providing flexibility for innovation. To support this, the UK has developed a robust outcome-based national regulatory framework with licensing of spaceflight activities being delivered by our Civil Aviation Authority. A key part of our regulatory activities is our regulatory diplomacy efforts, which through global collaboration aims to promote regulatory coherence and also advance international best practice. 2 forums which we're heavily involved in are UN COPUS, so the United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Use of Outer Space, which continues to be a key multilateral forum where challenges to our continued peaceful use of space and collective actions are identified and agreed. An example of this is the newly formed expert group on space situational awareness, which will start its substantive meetings next week. And this will be a fantastic forum to develop the approaches to data sharing and operational contact information that will help drive space safety and sustainability. On that, I'd like to thank the Director of UNUSA, Arti Holomeni, and her team for their continued leadership in highlighting these emerging challenges to the committee and helping to focus the committee's efforts and its member states to find tangible solutions to these hard problems. As you'll also hear shortly in a lot more detail, we're also very active within the Interagency Space Debris Coordination Committee. This is a unique international committee which brings together experts from across the globe to lead coordinated research into space debris. Key to this is then highlighting changes within the environment, so the changes that we observe in the space environment, and then also, importantly, develop approaches and methods to try and mitigate our impact. As you've heard, global collaboration is critical to how we deliver as the UK Space Agency. And for space safety and sustainability is the only way to really achieve our objectives. So for the remainder of this presentation, I'd like to focus on the work of the IADC, so the Interagency Space Debris Coordination Committee, and its key role in the international community. So ahead of providing more insight into the committee itself, I thought it'd be useful to provide some background on my role as Chief Engineer at the UK Space Agency, but also how my work since the beginning of my career has touched the Interagency Space Debris Coordination, and how much of an honour it is to chair the committee moving forward, or for this year. So during the early part of my career, I worked in industry. So I worked at one of the large system integrators in the UK, Airbus Defence and Space, on their future programs, in their future programs team. We developed future missions for the European Space Agency and also developed space hardware. One of the missions I was fortunate to be involved in was Remove Debris, which is shown on the left here, which is a European Union-funded mission to test active debris removal technologies. So the mission flew in 2019 and had a range of technologies flown. So it had sensors to characterize debris for future missions. It included drag sails to test end-of-life technologies. And it also included capture technologies. So this included a net, which you can see the large white object on the front, but then also a harpoon, which was led within Stevenage. So importantly, the Remove Debris mission very much looked towards the IADC. So the IADC produced guidance on a number of objects that would need to be removed annually to try and curb some of the debris growth. It also informed how the subsystems should be designed, so what orbits should be selected to launch the mission, and then also the reliability of the components. During the early phases of my career at the UK Space Agency, when we maintained the licensing activities within the agency before it moved to the CAA, I was also involved in licensing efforts, so our efforts to meet our international obligations to authorize and supervise national space activities. As part of this, I was part of the efforts to license the UK constellation OneWeb, and then also a novel mission from Astroscale ELSA-D. As part of that, the way we assessed the licenses and understood whether the operators were meeting specific end-of-life best practice was through looking at the IADC guidelines, and also the guidance that the IADC was developing on how safe operations for constellations should be deployed. So these experiences build a strong recognition of the importance of the research performed by the Interagency Space Debris Coordination Committee across the life cycle of mission, from design, development, licensing, and operation. So as I said, it's a distinct honor now to chair the committee, to be the current chair of the committee. As one of the areas that, as chair for this year, one of the key areas that I wanted to work on was engagement of the committee. And this keynote, along with the IADC acting as a knowledge partner for this event, is an important part of this. So why does the IADC continue to remain important? As we're all aware, the operational space environment is changing and is frequently described as becoming more congested and contested. The plot on the right is taken from the IADC's annual release. It's the IADC report on the status of the space debris environment, and I'll talk about this in a bit more detail later. The plot shows the launch traffic of spacecraft categorized in terms of the main funding source, such as civil, defense, and commercial. And it can be seen in recent years there's been a significant increase in the number of space objects that have been launched, and this is primarily driven due to two factors. So the first is the deployment of large constellations. So we've seen the launch since 2019 of the Starlink constellation on OneWeb. And this has led to a threefold increase in the number of active objects on orbit since 2014. There's also been an increase in the number of flight opportunities. So this has been primarily driven by the market adoption of Falcon 9 and its flight-proven first stage. We can also see there's been a threefold increase in the number of launches from 2014. Alongside this, we've also seen an increase in the number of space actors. Over recent years, we've seen a steady increase in the number of member states and permanent observers of COPUS, with over 100 members now being represented as part of the committee. This reflects the growing importance of space to national infrastructure, public services, and economic growth. Alongside this, we've also seen a proliferation of space activities. So there's an increasing number of space manufacturers, operators, which shows this increasing number of access to space and this proliferation of space technology. As a result of this dramatic growth and interest in the space domain, it becomes increasingly important to raise awareness of the challenges that we face, and also set international norms on how we can minimize our impact on space activities in the environment. And this is the core role and mandate of the IADC, a committee which brings together a group of leading space agencies to coordinate their research and deliver an agreed set of mitigation practices. The agreement on these approaches across these agencies and the recognition of the capabilities that these agencies bring has brought widespread international recognition of the committee and an adoption in its outputs within multilateral forums and also in national regulatory frameworks. So the IADC. The IADC has two main purposes. So we act to exchange information and facilitate opportunities for collaboration and coordination in space debris research. And then we also identify from this research space debris mitigation options. The committee itself was established in 1993 with 4 founding members and has now grown to 13 member agencies and also 3 associate members. These members are space agencies, authorized governmental or intergovernmental entities. The committee itself consists of over 130 delegates from across organizations, or across these organizations and across the globe. And we meet annually with intersessional meetings to coordinate our research. The members of the IADC, so the delegations, are composed of governmental experts, they're from academia, they're from regulators. And they meet within the annual meeting and across these intersessional opportunities to coordinate this research that's being performed nationally and then trying to drive coherence in terms of our outputs. Importantly, industry is not directly represented within the IADC, and this is to ensure impartiality of the research that is performed. But member states who are aware and involved as part, or members that are part of the IADC, obviously reflect those national interests and also the ongoing international national activities. So the work of the committee itself is coordinated by the chair, and as the current chair, I've had the honour of leading the committee over the last year. And our work itself is split between 4 main working groups. So the working groups are split between Working Group 1, which focuses on measurements. So these are teams and experts from across the globe who share ongoing research into new approaches to measure human-made and natural debris on orbit through ground-based and space-based observations. They also run annual re-entry campaigns, so we select targets to monitor and coordinate re-entry observations. We have Working Group 2, which focuses on the environment and the databases. So this is a group that looks at developing the models, which both look at the current risk on orbit, but also project and look at the evolution of that orbit and the orbits into the future. We have a Working Group 3, which looks at protection, so the shielding technologies that are used to protect our spacecraft, and also the ground-based test approaches, both modeling and then also test facilities. And then we have our 4th Working Group, Mitigation, which develops the key outputs in terms of understanding how we should mitigate our impact on the environment. So what I wanted to do over the next couple of slides was then provide a bit more detail in terms of some of the outputs from the committee. The key output which most are aware of are space debris mitigation guidelines. And these were first released in 2002, and since then have seen 4 revisions. The document itself recommends key debris mitigation guidelines with an emphasis on cost effectiveness that can be considered during the planning, design, and operation of spacecraft and launch vehicles in order to eliminate or minimize the amount of debris that's generated during the mission. The guidelines themselves are built on 3 key fundamental principles. So to prevent explosions and collisions through on-orbit breakups, to remove spacecraft and then and orbital stages at the end of their useful life, and also limit the objects released during normal operations. Although there are several other sources of particularly national space debris mitigation standards, handbooks, or best practice, the guidelines which have been developed by the IADC, due to the consensus nature of them being developed across the 13 space agencies involved, means that they've been widely adopted and taken forward by both multilateral and national organizations. And so on the back of this, we see that the COPUS space debris mitigation guidelines were developed on the back of the initial recommendations made by the IADC. We see the IADC guidelines referenced within the long-term sustainability guidelines from COPUS, and we also see them appearing in a number of national regulatory frameworks as expectations for licensing of space activities. So within the guidelines themselves, they provide key insights into what we define as the protected regions, so these key regions that we need to minimize the debris that's generated. We guide decisions on how end-of-life practices should be considered. So in order of preference, the guidelines identify that a space object should perform direct re-entry or move it into a decay orbit, which has a limited lifetime of 25 years. And recently, it's also started to include guidelines on constellation design and how these constellations should be developed to minimize risk. The second key product I wanted to highlight, and this one of our more recent releases, is our report on the status of the space debris environment. The idea behind the report was to raise global awareness on the state and expected changes to the environment and the importance of adopting space debris mitigation practices. The report itself is released annually, so we release it at the Scientific and Technical Subcommittee, which will meet next week, so the next issue of the report will be released then. And it's really there to try and inform policymakers with evidence of how the environment's changing and how the debris mitigation practices are important to minimizing our global impact. The report itself is split into 3 key sections. So the first part looks at the current state of the environment and provides indicators on launch and re-entry statistics, along with compliance to the debris mitigation guidelines. The second section provides indications on recent debris generating events, so with insights into potential causes collected by the IADC members and a number of fragments that are released. And then the last section, importantly, provides an outlook on the future of the environment. Importantly, contributions to the models and data which is used in this report are across the IADC members. So it provides that comprehensive understanding of what the IADC members see in terms of both our current compliance and our future and the future evolution of the environment, rather than being from one of the single members. As I noted in my opening, there's been a significant change in the low Earth orbit environment, and this has been primarily a result of the deployment of large constellations and also the shift towards commercial operations. One of the core principles of the space debris mitigation guidelines to remove objects from LEO, from low Earth orbit, and also the geo-protected regions with a high success rate for those orbits where natural mechanism is absent. So within geostationary orbit, we can see over the last decade, there's been a high compliance with the space debris mitigation guidelines. So this is seen by the figure on the top. Whereas for LEO, we can see that the trend is increasing. So we can see that there's a growing adoption of the space debris mitigation guidelines by operators and national activities. But actually, that compliance is largely driven by naturally compliant orbits. So the design of these spacecraft, so they operate within orbits, so at the end of life, those spacecraft will be removed from orbit. So we can be seen that there's still need for further work to drive the compliance of national space activities. The last section of the report provides simulations and insights into the evolution of the space debris populations. So the report itself provides 2 key elements, or 2 key models or scenarios. The first is of no future launches. So if we stopped our launch activity tomorrow, what would be the change in the space debris environment, and how would the number of objects on orbit evolve? And the second case, the one in red, is an extrapolation of our current behavior. So if we continued at the current launch rate, and explosion rates and disposal rate and disposal success rates, how would the environment change? It can be seen that the evolution of the number of objects larger than 10 centimeters is shown with the dark line. And if you look at the report, you'll also see the maximum and minimum which are provided by the IADC members. At this point, I would emphasize that the IADC space debris mitigation guidelines continue to remain the most effective way to reduce the long-term environmental impacts of global space activity by slowing the rate of growth of the space debris population observed. However, the adoption of the IADC space debris mitigation guidelines is not at a level yet sufficient to induce substantial benefits or slowing of the population growth. With the current level of adoption, the IADC guidelines and recommendations, the extrapolation of current space launch activity, we could see a rapid growth. This could lead to a rapid growth of the orbital object population, potentially seeing a doubling of the space debris population in the next 50 years. To support the interpretation of this information, the IADC is currently performing work on developing metrics to measure the environmental impacts and provide a view on what a sustainable space environment might look like. Critically, these metrics and thresholds provide decision makers and policy makers insights into how to inform their future investments. So which technologies should be selected potentially to try and drive down the impacts we see on our environment, or how we may need to drive up our compliance to space debris mitigation guidelines, or look at potentially stricter behaviors. Alongside the two outputs that I've highlighted, there's also a number of other outputs that the committee has produced with a range of areas that we've looked at, from approaches to future active debris removal and how the IADC views that impact on the changing environment, to our statement on large constellations, which has more recently been, parts of it have been rolled into our space debris mitigation guidelines. So looking forward, some of the recent activities that the committee has kicked off. We are now looking at mitigation and disposal options for lunar orbits. So you heard from earlier one of the members of the IADC, Bulbul, who spoke about some of the work on lunar disposal activities. And this is showing the growing, the increased importance of lunar activities and the need to consider sustainability in the lunar environment. We're also looking at how the IADC guidelines can be interpreted or used to support future active debris removal missions or in-orbit servicing missions. So how can we consider the potential release of debris or potential collisions between objects that might need to occur? We hope that both of these will eventually lead to key outputs from the committee, and we hope that this, again, then can be used to drive future space debris activities. So in conclusion, I hope this presentation has provided some further insight into the important work of the Interagency Space Debris Coordination Committee and its unique standing within the international community. The IADC exists to help inform the community on changes in the space debris environment and identify approaches to mitigate our impact. Our work and outputs are built on global collaboration and coordination of our research, which has led to its high regard and incorporation of the outputs into sources of best practice both nationally and internationally. Moving forward, I see it as an imperative that as a global community, we develop a shared understanding of the changes in the space environment so we can start to jointly identify the policies and technologies that are needed to deliver a sustainable space environment. And within this, I believe that the IADC has an important role to play, and it's my hope that outputs such as the report on the status of the space debris environment starts to inform decision and policymakers, similar to what we have seen potentially on climate change. To close, I would like to express my sincere thanks to the Saudi Space Agency for allowing me to present to you today on this important topic of global collaboration on space debris mitigation, and I wish you all success for the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew, for this amazing keynote speech. The next panel, ladies and gentlemen, is titled Governance in Orbit, Shaping Policies for Space Debris Mitigation and Remediation. This panel examines how policies, first of all, frameworks and governance mechanisms are shaping global efforts in space debris mitigation and remediation. The discussion will explore how governments and industry stakeholders actually work together to translate policy into effective action. Let's please welcome our panelist, Mr. Pascal Fauscher, co-chairman of the European Union Industry and Startups Forum on Space Tariff Management. On stage, please. Mr. Rainer Horn, managing partner at Nova Space. Mr. Frank Salzgeber, the acting vice governor for space at the Communications, Space and Technology Commission, CST. And Engineer Mrayih Shahrani, General Manager of Space Systems and Infrastructure at the Saudi Space Agency. And to moderate the session, we have the honor to invite Mrs. Arti Holamaini, the Director of UNOSA. Please enjoy panel 2 of today.
Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues. It's my pleasure to welcome you to this session on governance in orbit, shaping policies for space debris mitigation and remediation. Now, our orbits are no longer a vast and forgiving environment. As we all know, they're increasingly congested, contested, and operationally complex, and every year debris continues to accumulate. The consequences of inaction are really frightening, especially knowing the number of objects that are being launched now and will continue to be in years to come. Space safety is a primary concern, and beyond safety, questions of long-term sustainability and equitable access, which is something that our office hears about a lot, is also a critical topic. So governance, the work of COPUS, the committee, and UNUSA are at the heart of this challenge. We know that technical solutions for debris mitigation and even remediation are advancing, but policy is struggling to keep pace with that. That's normal. In today's geopolitical climate, it's not easy to find consensus, but we need to continue to try, especially on these kind of critical issues. So in this session, we are going to explore how governance frameworks can evolve to meet today's realities. Questions around governance are not theoretical. They are central to the work of national regulators and also directly relevant to ongoing multilateral discussions, because debris mitigation and remediation is a global challenge at the end of the day. So we're going to get into a dynamic discussion with our panelists. I'm very happy to be joined by our distinguished colleagues. We have Pascal Fauscher, Chairman of EUSST and from the French Space Agency, CNES. Rainer Horn, Partner and Managing Director of Nova Space. Frank Salzgeber, Acting Vice Governor for Space at CST. And Mouria Al-Sharani, General Manager of Space Systems and Infrastructure at SSA. Thank you for joining me. So I'd like to start with a question for Mouria. Saudi Arabia is positioning itself as a champion for space debris. Of course, it's a global challenge. You understand that. You've launched your debris solver competition, etc. What contribution do you hope that Saudi Arabia will play?
Thank you, Arti, for the question. And if you allow me, let me go backward in time to this very morning during your remarks when you said good behaviors starts at home. And when we looked at this a few years ago, we understood immediately the necessity to immediately establish a space situational awareness center. The idea is to track and monitor, but also to keep our national stakeholders informed of the status of this challenge. Now, when we looked at it from a global point of view, His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Al-Tamimi immediately called for an action on this global challenge, where we needed an international conference to discuss this topic and to find solutions for these topics. We did this in 2024, our first edition, where we listened to everyone, governments, international organizations, academia, industry leaders, and the idea is that we want to assess the issue and the level of risk that we are trying to address here. And so to put it in a nutshell, the kingdom, represented by the Saudi Space Agency, is trying to achieve, and I will keep it in a very short, 3 items. The first item is to accelerate the international consensus. We are trying to mimic, use the Vienna spirit, especially on the notably consensus on the long-term sustainability of outer space in 2019, where we want to double down on these efforts, where we want to, if consensus allows, to transform them into standards and hopefully transform them into operational frameworks that the community could follow. And hopefully, if we are lucky, to reach a commitment and binding agreements. This is the first point that I want to share, where the kingdom is trying to push for the space sustainability agenda. The second point, it's what I call inclusive, equitable frameworks, especially for the emerging space nations, where we want them to thrive and build their ecosystem, their space ecosystem, without limitation and barriers from regulatory or financial constraints. So this is also another point that we are trying to steer. The third point, we are creating, but also we wanted to sustain this practical momentum. This very conference, where we are having everyone, we are listening to everyone. We are investing in infrastructure, capacity building programs, but also our future roadmap, where we wanted to transform this shared concerns into an implementable roadmap that everyone can agree on, and we move forward. It is what I call, and I would like to introduce, the Riyadh spirit on the space sustainability agenda, that we are committed and we are part of the solution.
Thank you very much, Maria. Frank, can I come to you? We just stay in Saudi for a second. Frank, with your background both at ESA and now at CST, you understand how difficult regulation can be for startups. So how is CST ensuring that debris regulations protect orbits without unintentionally raising barriers to entry for smaller or emerging operators?
Thank you so much, Ati. It's a perfect timing because CST just, I think it was the day of Christmas, it was my Christmas present for my team. We published a policy regulation of the space sector. And when you see the setup of CST, CST is the regulator for spectrum, telecom, emerging technology, and space. And this is the reason why we changed name, I think 3 years ago in November, from CITC to CST. When we look into space, we believe that we have to have a dialogue also with the industry. So it's not only a public consultation running until the 24th of March, but there's also a workshop today at 2:30, and I invite everybody who is interested to give input right away for our policy regulation to join that workshop. It's just an hour in one of the meeting rooms, and there should be a banner out of that. When we look into why this is so important, the space law will be relatively light, and we put a lot of emphasis in the regulation. This allows us to be more active, to see when we have any changes in the market, also to act. The policy regulation, when we started the process, we really spoke with industry, especially startup companies, what we have to do be better, because always by my previous boss, Dr. Mohamed Tamimi, His Excellency, said we are regulating to develop the market. So when we look into that, we see the policy regulation is a tool to support a sustainable space operation in the world, also aside from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. When we look into three three points which we definitely are reflecting in the policy regulation, definitely is a report of immediately reporting when you have any anomaly or incidents. So I think this we discussed this morning. So we have to know what's going wrong. The other part is got the submission of a mandatory end-of-life plan. Yeah, if you want to obtain a license, please tell me what you not only want to do with this mission, but also how you will close this mission in a good way. And of course, when we go now, and this is something maybe Leo Lab, we just talked in the break for the workshop now, we're also, of course, regulating when we go for surveillance and tracking. So how we build this up, because I think it's very important that we heard it from all the speakers this morning, how we get more information, how we share the information, how we make it transparent, and also the regulation. The regulation should be pragmatic in that respect. And therefore, we have this dialogue, and I always repeat that, please, either the small workshop, we have another workshop online, use the time to give us input, how we should shape it so that it is beneficial not only for sustainability of the space programs, but also workable for the industry. Yeah? We are here to work with the industry hand in hand, and I hope we get big feedback, and my team is not coming home and complain that there was a great event, but we didn't get input from the industry. So it's your chance now.
Thank you. Both of you have explained how the Saudi Space Agency, CST, Saudi Arabia generally, is creating an enabling environment to foster the market, to support emerging players, etc. But as I said, as you said, good behavior does start at home. How close or how far away are we from Saudi Arabia actually thinking of removing a piece of its own debris? For either of you.
So this is, I heard a nice story when, I think the tech is not the problem, it's about opportunity and the business model. Maybe I'll discuss it later. So we have the Orbit, they had a drag sale of a small company close to my hometown. And the technology was as a drag sale. And this drag sale was sitting in the shelf for 8 years. When they made the in-orbit demonstration, the customer started to, wow, let's use that technology. So I think it's about the opportunities which we have to give. So, and it's not only the tech, it's also the business model.
And if you allow me to add to this, this answer, we did create within the Saudi Space Agency, as part of our IML gates, which is the integrated life cycle of any mission that we are trying to launch, a checkpoints where the long-term sustainability of outer space 2019 is checked, where we wanted to make sure, does the system have the requirements for deorbit, etc. I don't want to ruin our coming presentation. I think it will be after this panel, where it's related to our upcoming mission. But you will see there where we are implementing our IML methodology, where our checkpoints is enforcing the long-term sustainability of outer space for our coming missions.
Okay, thank you for sharing your perspective. Rainer, I'm really calling for action around remediation and trying to engage with governments and asking them to think about removing their own pieces of debris. Now, from an economic perspective, have we reached a point where inaction on space debris is more costly than proactive investment in mitigation and remediation? What's your view?
Well, thank you. First and foremost, thank you, SSA and RT for allowing me to be part of this panel. At Nova Space, we regularly publish market data. We generate them ourselves. We produce these reports. We sell them commercially, but you can also see some thought papers in the loop, they're called, on our website, where you see some of the deliberations that I'm following on right now. Now, certainly where there's no law, no regulation, there's no police, and where there's no enforcement, the incentives have to come from somewhere else. Yeah? We are working with players in different angles. We're working with institutions in shaping the rules of the future. We can't fully form the enforcement as well. That's up to the countries and how that economically can be done. And we also have little view on how supranational organizations like the United Nations can build incentives, penalize people in new satellite registrations if they did something wrong in the past or proactively going forward. But we can see on the economic side that if the business case works for a company, it can have positive effects. We've done business models for emerging players in the SSA markets, business cases where based on existing real data with some operators, they were able to derive a generic pattern of how much their technology can possibly achieve. And this model has then been shared neutrally and without any own data with prospective customers who then could put in their own data and see the benefit for themselves. And in at least 1 or 2 cases for that company that has already yielded into contracts with new providers. So I think creativity, showing what it means for the end user, for the customer, that these technologies are being adopted. On the other hand, still, I think 95%, according to our data, of the investment in risk management and so forth is still by the government. Yeah? It means also for the remediation market, the incentives ideally come from the government helping to transition what is currently still technology and not necessarily proven technology, to bring it further in the technology readiness, to bring it into the market and showcase that it can actually be done, that it does work, that the hurdle is much lower once a service exists, so that companies can consider adopting this and not having to invest in R&D.
Very good. Thank you very much for sharing that. Pascal, if I can come to you, you play an important role in the EU SST. Of course, SST is extremely important also when it comes to managing debris. In your view, what are the major obstacles to achieving global space traffic coordination? And are they technical? Are they political? Are they something else?
So good morning, everyone, and thank you, Arti, for having me in this panel. And I would like also to thank very much the Saudi Space Agency for organizing this important conference on space debris. This is my first time here, so that's why it's a privilege really to be here. I think we need to be aware, and it has been said this morning, but numbers are frightening. It's important to recall that we are facing a very fast-changing space environment first, and the numbers are frightening. Imagine back in 2010, 1,000 active spacecraft were orbiting around the Earth at that time, and today, in 2026, more than 14,000 spacecraft are orbiting around the Earth. Imagine just in 25, last year, 4,500 satellites were injected in orbit compared to 2,700 in 24. So it means that every 3 months, more than 1,000 active spacecraft are put in orbit, which is the equivalent of the first 50 years of space activities. So in this very exponential space environment, we all acknowledge the importance of space situational awareness, and you mentioned space traffic coordination. And we, in Europe, we also acknowledge the importance of those domains. And that's the reason why we have formed all together with European Union member states a partnership which is called EUSST, European Union Space Surveillance and Tracking, which is composed today of 19 nations. We are supported by European Commission, and we rely on EU SPA to provide public services in collision avoidance, re-entry monitoring, and fragmentation analysis. This public collision avoidance is right now open to 80 different spacecraft operators, 80 plus, I forgot the exact number, spacecraft operators worldwide. And all those operators are right now sharing of course, their operational point of contact, satellite attributes, and also their ephemeridase and maneuver plans on a routinely basis, on a daily basis. So this is very important for global space traffic coordination. One challenge is, I don't call it an obstacle, it's more a challenge for all of us, is to improve transparency. It's important, I don't think that we have technical problems. Technical problems will be solved. It's a matter of transparency, of communication, collaboration, and communication between the different actors, the nations, but also the operators. And it is very important to encourage spacecraft operators to share their operational point of contact. They need to be identified, clearly. So we need to have access to the main point of contact, which is usually the head of the flight dynamic team in the control center, which is responsible for planning operations and for cooperation with stakeholders. And we also need to have access to the on-duty point of contact, which is reachable 24/7 in case of alert of collision. So most of the time we have access to those information, but not all the time. It happens that we don't have access to those operational point of contact when there's a risky conjunction. And that's why we need to encourage the nations that do not share yet those information to do more efforts, and maybe in COPOS, it's the perfect place to encourage those nations, and maybe within the expert group also on SSA that has been established under the LTS working group and chaired by the UAE to really try to achieve concrete results. We need to encourage those spacecraft operators to share their ephemerides and maneuver plans with SSA systems. We need to ensure that we won't have any catastrophic collision in space, and that's the reason why information sharing is of primary importance for all of us.
Thank you. And can I just stay with you for a second? I mean, Rainer said, without regulation, you have nobody to police it, and without anybody to police it and without regulation, there's no enforcement. It's actually quite similar when it comes to space traffic coordination. We don't see conditions going into licenses requiring data to be shared. What's your view on that?
So I think we need to adopt a pragmatic approach. A pragmatic approach, the numbers are there. We are facing a very fast-changing space environment. It's a matter of urgency. So regulation may take some time. It may take some years, even some decades. In the meantime, we need to be pragmatic and to coordinate immediately to ensure that we avoid a catastrophic collision. So it means practical operational coordination, where spacecraft operators would share their information with SSS systems to ensure that everyone is safe. No one is safe until everyone is safe. It's very important that all spacecraft are well protected from risk of collision. Then in parallel, there could be a political discussion on regulation, but it may take some time. It takes years, usually, to progress in this domain. So we need to be pragmatic and adopt a bottom-up operational approach of coordination to ensure the safety of our spacecraft up there.
Thank you. Okay. Muria, if I can come back to you. Saudi has been very proactive in encouraging investment and creating opportunities for companies to really flourish and grow here. You care deeply about space sustainability. How does the Space Agency ensure that sustainability is an integral part of new projects that are being launched in Saudi Arabia?
Thank you, Arti. I think when we look at this, now we already mentioned that space sustainability guidelines are part of our integrated mission life cycle. But let me take you back to our own thinking when we are trying to address this global challenge. We are not reactive. We are looking at it from a strategic point of view, even though we might like to think that we are taking tactical actions on some of the items of the space sustainability. But to be honest, our strategic mind is giving this umbrella where all things is going toward creating an ecosystem to address this challenge. But not only we wanted to address this challenge, we wanted to make sure that we have continuous solutions that address this challenge. We don't want to address it for a few years and then we have a bigger issue in the decades to come. Now, how we're looking into this, we started first by launching the Space Situation Awareness Research Hub, where we thought we have an issue and we want to dig deep, in depth, to see what are the outcomes or how the future will look like in the coming decades. And so we launched this research hub, and we started working with our partners, LEO Labs and Nova Space, and led by the Center of Space Future. And the idea is we wanted to see and mimic how the future will look like. And during our roadmap, our strategic mind was thinking, we are leaving some people behind. We want to make sure we have an inclusive framework where everyone can join. That's why we launched the Debris Solver competition in Vienna, again using the Vienna spirit, and we want everyone to participate from around the globe. And not only we are talking about not leaving participants behind, but we also made sure that part of our methodology that we wanted to segment addressing this issue into 4 themes. The technical, obviously, regulatory, economic part, but also social. We want to extend looking into this global challenge to the outer and the wider society, not only our space community. So we launched this competition, and I encourage everyone to go to the exhibition and look at the solutions. It's really impressive. We received thousands of applications to participate, to address this global challenge. And we have the top 20 exhibitors today here with us, and tomorrow we will announce the top 4 winners around the 4 themes. Now, we looked at this, and then we thought, okay, we need some flagship program that will take the agency toward making an action for the space sustainability agenda, where we partnered with NASA on Artemis 2, where we are launching a space weather mission. It's a very unique opportunity, very unique orbit, where we are measuring the space weather effects on orbits, where we can leverage this data and make it used and make it public to the not only space community, but also to the bigger society. So when you look at all of these 3 pillars of what I call our ecosystems, we needed what I call the medium of instruction, medium of communication, connecting, showcasing. And we are using this very conference, SDC 26, where we are communicating not only how we are creating our ecosystems and the outputs of our ecosystems, but also the output of the other partners to share with us, and thoughts from UNOSA, IADC, and the rest of our partners. So this is really how we are looking into this challenge. The space sustainability is top priority when it comes to the Saudi Space Agency strategy. And we are working hard to make sure that we are beyond discussion and dialogue into more of a roadmap that everyone is aligned on, and we move forward.
Thank you. Now, both you and Frank have talked about how you're trying to make it easier for companies to come here and grow, especially by removing economic obstacles and financial constraints. Frank, CST isn't just the space regulator, it's also an ecosystem and business enabler. Are there any specific business models that you can imagine that you might want to share that you think contribute to making these businesses more sustainable?
Yeah, thank you so much. I always saying I have 2 hats. One is, of course, policy regulation, and the other is the coach, so the judge and the coach at the same time. And it depends with whom we speak in industry, you have to choose the hat.
Frank,
so,
can you just point the mic a little bit further up?
So I'll try this. As I said, as a regulator in CST, we have 2 hats. One, policy regulation, and the other is the coach, is the ecosystem developer. This is the reason why we have also a sandbox where space is part of it. What I learned, and I was for 15 years also head of tech transfer in the European Space Agency and supported startups, most of the time the tech is not only the issue, it's the business model. So where other people see a problem, other people see opportunities. So this is also what we should see. So how we can finance the tech and the business model of the future, solving our sustainability issue or opportunity, however I want to see it. And I would love in the discussion that we look also to other industries. And this I learned as a head of tech transfer. Other industry had the same issue. 72, borrow a bottle. Norway was leading in recycling. What we do in that respect? In the Netherlands, if you buy a car, you pay when you buy the car right away the recycling of the product, not at the end of the cycle. So we have to think about at the beginning of when we cause the issue, how we can finance it. We will not solve maybe the problem of the past, of the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, but it may help to have defined business models, the right technology solutions. So I think this is something where Saudi Arabia can play a leading role. I always saying the kingdom becomes the new Switzerland. So we're dealing nearly with every country in the world. So we have the trust, we're bringing the world together. Why not bringing that also for our business model together? And give other examples of other industry, how they change the business model. And I would like to tackle that. And when I see the discussion, we don't have that enough. Because the business model make it maybe the product bankable. What we do of recycling zombie satellites. So we have the discussion, but I think the discussion should be also led not only from insurance, but how we can really fund the future tech, the future business model, and take especially maybe the zombie satellites as a resource to change the ownership, how we can find a financial model into a fund and bringing the right deployment of deorbiting non-corporate satellites. So, and I think this is what we would like to push, and especially in the new industry with legacy, which is not hindering us. KSA has a unique advantage to discuss that. If you have a very big old space industry, maybe there's too much self-impollination, if I may say so.
Thank you. I think that leads nicely into a question for Rainer. The economic aspects, the question of a fund, an international fund, or how do we pay for ADR, this whole question is really out there. We see that there is a market failure, which is astounding given the amount of debris which is there to remove. Why should there be a market failure? But there is. So what incentives does Nova Space's analysis suggest might be effective in jump-starting a commercial remediation market?
Well, most of the incentives already today come from the government, and I think that's likely to be also a model to build upon. I don't think they will magically come purely from the private sector and the business model ideas. If you look at the market that's really enabled with incentives is advanced debris removal, servicing type of capabilities that are being developed at the moment and partially already demonstrated. I think government should just look a bit more long-term on those things, provide multi-year servicing contracts of some sort, maybe for a portfolio of satellites out there. They could bundle somehow the servicing and the deorbit packages as a contracting add-on to an activity, or they could make advanced market commitments. So all kind of anchor tenancy type of arrangements, which might not affect one specific satellite, but maybe the 2 or 3 or 4 within 10 that could be candidates for that, and really thereby build an incentives that industry is going that way, and industry is saying it's actually attainable that I get that reward afterwards. We will see that a bit further, also touching on the in-orbit refueling servicing type of capability. And for those of you who want to check out our website tomorrow, it will be online, a brand new study on refueling free of charge, a global analysis on the strategic importance of, also a bit with the geopolitical angle of things, the importance of actually having superiority in space using capabilities like that. And I think that will also bring us certain capabilities to help servicing satellites and remove debris and defunct satellites more systematically.
And let me stay with you for a second. Rainer, how far away are we from a time when governments systematically start thinking about removing their own debris?
I'm afraid still far away. I don't see, unfortunately, in the current geopolitical situation, too much alignment. But you are running a body that should be in the forefront of these things. I'm not sure if everybody's highest attention is on the topic right now. So the more you can do, the better. Yeah?
What strikes me is there is still a race in space.
Yeah.
You know, the first to land on the south side of the moon, the first ones to go to Mars, first humans to go back to the moon. There are so many different pillars on which we are racing. Yet, when you think about ADR and on-orbit servicing, this is hard. It is extremely difficult. I think the world was so impressed when we saw the visuals from the Address-J mission going around the rocket body and so on, because it was such an amazing technological achievement. Why do we not see a race to demonstrate the technological prowess between governments on this front? When we talk about incentives, everybody thinks the government needs to provide incentives to industry. Where is the incentive for governments? Why is it not there?
Well, I think the incentives, unfortunately, are coming from a more difficult geopolitical situation and rivalry out there, where servicing capability is also, unfortunately, has a negative side of it. Yeah? And those capabilities are fast developed. Even from countries who have never talked about any offensive activities. If you cannot have offensive capabilities, you have no deterrence. So I fear, unfortunately, or positively for the debris community, the technology is being developed and is being accelerated as we speak for approaching satellites, monitoring, docking, understanding the super close approach, and those things, they're currently being developed at high speed.
Yeah, but you talked about the dual use aspects.
Why you say always, I don't know now yet, so why you don't always say government? Why not industry? You know, when you look to the US, AAA is not the US government. So I would love to have a AAA in space. Yeah. You know, and this is therefore, it's only government, so we need industry. So the most satellites are put in orbit not by governments, this is by industry. So therefore, maybe you should not use a service if this is not sustainable. So I think this pressure, it's not only the government, it's the industry. Space is industry.
I think it's both. But I mean, we were focusing on Saudi Arabia just because we're here. You have Arabsat, which has been launching for decades. You have a government which cares deeply about the issue. Why isn't there is there a dialogue going on between operator and government on this? Does it exist? Are you discussing this? Might you do something together, maybe?
It's not what I said. It's not about the incentives only. When we speak about the incentive, what is the business model? What makes it operation? I don't like always to think about incentives. So where is the industry? I see my business model in make it sustainable. So this is what, and we speak about the big telecommunication operators. We speak about whoever. Yeah, and this is. I think it should be also triggered by industry. It should be triggered by regulation, but it should be triggered by operations, seeing the future market. Yeah, K2 sees the market in 5 years. Yeah, so we need the same in the industry.
I agree with the need for industry, but without a regulatory framework in place, either national or global, how do we expect industry to invest more? There's already 100 startups, so it's going pretty well, despite the lack of a regulatory framework or global guidelines for ADR and OOS. What more do you want from industry?
The regulation, as we said, I think there's no doubt that we need the regulation, but the regulation alone will not fix it. So this is, I think, there's the extra mile. I think the industry has to see the business model. Mm-hmm. And you have to make it, as I say, bankable. Industry, some see already a certain interest, but I think we have to active more. And it's not only the technology.
Okay, thank you. Pascal, let me come back to you. If we think about identifying the growing number of space debris as a risk to spacecraft in orbit, in your view, how important is it how important is space debris mitigation in guaranteeing the long-term sustainability of space activities, and how can we improve awareness of its implementation?
Thank you, Arti. Yes, right now we have in orbit more than 32,000 trackable space objects above 10 centimeters, and this number is growing. And I had during the break a conversation, maybe we're going to have more trackable active spacecraft compared to space debris. Maybe we have already reached that point. Anyway, it would mean that space debris mitigation should be today very high in our international agenda. You mentioned space debris remediation, but space debris mitigation, prevention of the creation of space debris, would always be less expensive, far less expensive than cleaning. So it's very important to support as a priority space debris mitigation. And I would like to recall that in 2007, UN COPIOS and the General Assembly at that time endorsed a set of space debris mitigation guidelines in the United Nations. And at that time, it relied on the work of also the IADC, which is the technical authority on space debris. And we had an excellent presentation by Andrew Radcliffe just before on IADC. And it's important maybe today and maybe it's urgent to raise awareness on the importance of space debris mitigation 20 years later. And fortunately, right now we have a process. Because, you know, the diplomat, they always say they need a process. And we have a process. We succeeded to extend the LTS working group with a series of recommendations of topics for future work. SSA has been one topic, and there will be an expert group on that topic. But space debris mitigation is also the second hot topic in this LTS extended working group. So it would mean that it's an opportunity after 20 years maybe for the international space community to revive that work, to rely on IADC, and to provide to the international space community an updated set of space debris mitigation guidelines to be endorsed, thanks to the LTS working group, to be endorsed by COPIOS and General Assembly, and we should rely on IADC expertise and all the space agencies behind. Again, it's very important to, I think, to really raise awareness on the importance of space debris mitigation. And right now, we have a process, so we should work into that direction. And maybe if we have also in line the Unispace 4 conference, I hope it's going to happen. We will see. But with such a conference, it would be also an opportunity for the international space community to show some deliverables. So yes, there are many trackable objects. In Europe, we have a network of sensors to track those objects, but it's not sufficient. We need to really stimulate the international space community to focus on space debris mitigation very much when they launch spacecraft in orbit.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to give you all an opportunity to say one last thing before we close the session. Please, Muria?
Yes, thank you, Arti. I wanted to go back to this discussion about government industry. If we look at it from an ecosystem point of view, it's one community that is tackling this challenge. Now, if you wanted to take it on a tactical addressing mechanism, you want to segment the issues. And based on the issue or the sub of the issue, you wanted to see who should tackle this part. Is it government or is it the industry? If it's the industry, then you want to make sure that you put the incentives, the right regulations for them. If these segments of the issues should be led by the government, it's the government that should put the foundation, the infrastructure, where they can lead the way, and the industry will follow. Very clear example is data analytics. It's very open market for the industry to compete on the data analytics and provide the services back to the governments. So I think we should look at this, I wouldn't say from a strategic point of view, but from a tactical point of view, where everyone is playing their own role.
I'll make it short. A wish list for the 2030, the clearinghouse for space debris monitoring would be great. I would love to have it here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and the Space AAA headquarters too.
I would like to encourage the community to also reintroduce the financial community into this activity. I was part of an activity back in Japan before COVID, where we embraced private equity, venture capital people, but at a time under the notion of ESG, environmental sustainability, and so forth, greenness, so to speak. I think looking more at the creativity of the financial markets, of looking at derivative products, financial products like trading, CO2 and other type of activities would probably help us better understand these things and not only think in terms of technology and government spending.
Yeah, I will make it short as well. I think space is open to all, but freedom implies responsibility. And at some point, it's important, if we want, it's our all collective interest to ensure that we don't have a catastrophic collision that would impact all of us, all our space activities. And that's the reason why information sharing is so important. We need to have access to ephemerides and maneuver plans that shall be shared to SSS system to ensure that every spacecraft are well protected from risk of collision. And when you know that today more than 80% of the launches in the world are done by two countries, the United States and China, it's very important that those actors take a very important part in this responsibility. 80% of the launches are conducted by two countries. In terms of number of satellites, 80% of those satellites also come from two countries. So it's very important that they are involved in this conversation, in particular in the context of the incoming expert group on SSA. I think it's going to be an important momentum of clarification where we will see if there will be very important results, concrete results in terms of information sharing, because there's a lot at stake up there for our respective nations.
Thank you very much. This has been a very valuable discussion. I would close by saying I was trying to encourage countries to race in terms of debris remediation. What I did not want to encourage is some kind of a competition between industry and government or pit them against each other. That would be wrong. There is plenty of conflicts already on different issues in space. I really think that this needs a collaborative approach between industry and governments, and for those conversations to start happening, not only on ADR, but also on SSA, because we know often governments don't want to hear warnings when they come from industry. They don't want to react. So I think we need to break down those silos on both issues. And remember that industry, we talk about incentives. Industry has them. They have market incentives. And we already see 100 companies or so working in this area of IASM. But they have to respond first and foremost to their shareholders. Governments, on the other hand, are responsible and liable for space activities, including of their industry. They are the custodians of how their industry use space. So I do think that we need to work together and really see incentives being put into place by government, incentives or guidelines as soft regulation to foster a market. And I just want to close by thanking again the Saudi Space Agency and CST for working so hard on creating an enabling environment for this field. Thank you very much to all my panelists. Please join me in thanking them.
Thank you, Mrs. Arti. Thank you, Engineer Mrayih. Thank you, Mr. Frank, Mr. Rayner, and Mr. Pascal. That was a great panel. Thank you so much. Our next session is very interesting, ladies and gentlemen. Space Weather Mission Demonstration. This session presents the Saudi Space Weather Mission, showcasing its potential role in space weather monitoring and its future contribution to improving mission resilience and operational decision-making. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the stage, Ms. Najla Al-Ahmadi, the Space Exploration Technologies Director at the Saudi Space Agency. Please, the stage is all yours, Najla.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here today, and thank you for being part of this amazing gathering where we address a shared global challenge, space debris, and work together toward a more sustainable and safe space operation. My name is Najla Al-Ahmadi, and I'm the Space Exploration Technologies Director at the Saudi Space Agency. Today, I will present to you Saudi Arabia's first dedicated space weather mission. This mission highlights Saudi Arabia's contribution to the shared and global interest in not only understanding space weather, but also monitoring and forecasting space weather, all towards one common goal, which is safe and sustainable space operation. But before I get right ahead into talking about the mission, I'd like to first talk about what is space weather and why does it matter within the space sustainability framework. So space weather, within the space sustainability framework, space sustainability depends on long-term orbital safety and resilience, which requires accurate understanding of the space environment itself. So we have been talking about space debris, space assets. All of those things we're talking about are orbiting in a space environment that space weather directly impact, hence why space weather matters. Space weather directly affects orbital dynamic in low Earth orbit. It affects tracking and conjunction assessment, accuracy, and also the reliability and continuity of space operation. That's why copious long-term sustainability guidelines emphasize the collection, sharing, and use of space environment and space weather information as a foundation for a safe and sustainable space operation. So it's important to note that space weather is a critical element for space sustainable operation. So we have been talking about space weather. What is space weather? Space weather basically explains the changes in the space environment caused by one thing, which is the sun. So the sun has solar activities that directly affect the space environment in which our orbit exist and which our space asset exists as well. So space weather is affected by two main common solar activities. The first one is what we call solar flares, which are a brief, intense burst of radiation produced by energy release on the sun's surface. And then we have coronal mass ejections, which are expulsions of solar plasma and magnetic fields. Those activities happen or occur in the sun. They propagate through space, coming to near-Earth space, and change the space environment without that space. So let's look at how it interacts with Earth's space environment. As I mentioned, when those solar activities occur, they propagate through space, come to the near-Earth space environment, and interact with two main things. First, the magnetosphere, which is the region of space around Earth shaped by Earth's magnetic field itself. You can think of it as a shield that protects and channels radiation and plasma coming from the sun. So it keeps us safe. And then also, we have the ionosphere and thermosphere, which are the upper layers of the atmosphere. The solar radiation and plasma coming from the sun, they interact with those upper layers of the atmosphere. They change the atmosphere density and also the electrical properties of the atmosphere itself. So here we have a small simulation of how the plasma and particles coming from the sun and the radiation are deflected and channeled by the magnetosphere itself. These changes directly affect the environment in which satellites, all our space assets in general, and debris orbit. So think of it. You have space weather that modifies the near-Earth space environment across multiple orbital regimes. For space operators, this means operational impact. So how does space weather affect the operational aspect of space assets? First, changes in the atmospheric density affect satellites and debris orbit. So the interaction of solar activities with the magnetosphere and the upper layers of the atmosphere changes the atmospheric density itself, and especially affect satellites or space assets that are orbiting in low Earth orbit. We have increased uncertainty in tracking, orbit prediction, and conjunction assessment. We have degradation, not only of communication, but also of navigation and onboard systems. Our electronic systems in satellite and space assets get degraded and affected by space weather. And then finally, and most importantly, radiation exposure risks for astronauts and crewed mission. So when we look at space weather and its impact, it impacts mission safety, surface continuity, debris management, and also crew safety. Let's take a specific event that happened May 2024. So in May 2024, a series of X-class solar flares and Earth-directed coronal mass ejections occurred. They came toward the Earth and the near-Earth space environment. They interacted with the magnetosphere and caused what we call a geomagnetic storm. The interaction triggered a G5 class geomagnetic storm. So what does that mean, a G5 class? Geomagnetic storms have a scale, specifically the NOAA scale. Okay? A G5 class geomagnetic storm is the highest and most extreme type of geomagnetic storms. So it's a really aggressive space weather phenomena that we're seeing happening in May 2024. The first question that comes to mind is, how does this event affect the space environment in which our space assets exist? First, we noticed increased in atmospheric density at low Earth orbit. With altitude, by the atmospheric density altitude increased 6 times above the normal level. This is what we call atmospheric swelling. So the atmosphere itself swelled. And obviously, it caused dramatic increase in atmospheric drag on satellites in LEO or low Earth orbit. Also, when the solar energetic particles and the plasma and the radiation interact with the ionosphere, they cause ionosphere disruption. So we know the event, we know the effect in the space environment. Let's look at the operational consequences of such thing. First, orbital decay spike. So normal satellites in low Earth orbit, they have an average orbital decay of about 38 meters per day. During that event, that spiked to 180 meters per day. So as a result, obviously, thousands of LEO satellites had to do orbital maneuver and orbital correction to basically contradict the effect of this atmospheric drag. So what happened is mass satellite maneuver, and it's considered the largest mass migration in history. Thousands of LEO satellites had to do that. And obviously, you have a lot of satellites moving around and changing their orbital elements. So you have strain on tracking, conjunction assessment, avoidance of any dangerous activities on those satellites. And obviously, also, we had communication disruptions. We had loss of communication in high-frequency radio due to the ionosphere disruption, which basically caused loss of signals when it comes to communication and navigation as well. So this event highlights to you how space weather can directly impact safe space operation. And from that point of view, Saudi Arabia, knowing that demand, has decided to launch its first dedicated space weather mission to bridge the gap in not only understanding, as I mentioned, the scientific interaction that is happening within that space environment, but also use that understanding to better model, forecast, and monitor. So we can predict the impact we can see on our space asset and avoid any damages, whether we're talking about crew or just space asset in general. So Saudi Space Agency first dedicated space weather mission is flying as a secondary payload on NASA's Artemis II mission to a highly elliptical orbit, scheduled for launch in early 2026. We're talking as early as next month and as late as April of this year. So that's our launch window for this satellite. So Saudi Arabia, represented by the Saudi Space Agency, signed the Artemis Accord back in 2022. And this highlights putting that satellite and this mission on an Artemis 2 mission highlights the importance of international collaboration for advancing space science. So now let's get to know our mission a little bit, starting with the satellite overview. So we have in our satellite, it's a 12U CubeSat, engineered to host a complete space weather payload, capable of operating in high elliptical orbit. It's a compact spacecraft that can deliver measurement essential for understanding space weather and supporting safe and sustainable space operation. This highlights how a small satellite can deliver high and impactful scientific results. Let's look at the satellite orbit, which is one of the most unique aspects of this mission. So when we're talking about a highly elliptical orbit, this provides a vantage point that allows a comprehensive monitoring of space weather phenomena. What does that mean? It means that we have unique data coverage, observation of high energy particles, radiation, and magnetic field variation in various magnetospheric regions. It also enhances storm prediction to enable better modeling of geomagnetic storms and radiation hazard. Let's look at this simulation. This showcases the dynamic interaction of solar flares, coronal mass ejections, all of those solar activities, and the magnetosphere. It's a very dynamic region that is not constant. It's always changing depending on the solar activities itself. This is going to be the orbit of our satellite. So we have the advantage not only to monitor space weather, but monitor space weather and space activities or solar activities within multiple regions of the magnetosphere, multiple times a day. So we'll be able to see how those solar events interact with the different layers of the magnetosphere, which will help us, as I told you, better improve our scientific understanding, but also better model those interactions and therefore better forecast and better monitor. So let's look at the mission objectives. The mission consists of a suite of instruments designed to characterize key space weather phenomena. We're looking to target 4 parameters, starting with solar X-ray flux. We will monitor X-ray emissions from the sun, which are indicatives of solar flares and energetic event affecting airspace environment. So the first parameter is X-ray from the sun. High energy radiation. We'll be able to measure radiation's level in the magnetosphere to assess impact on satellite and astronaut safety. Then we have solar energetic particles. So we'll be able to detect protons, electrons, and heavy ions coming from the sun, which are ejected during solar storms, which can disturb satellites and communication. And then finally, we have the magnetic field variation. We'll be able to record fluctuations in the geomagnetic field caused by those solar activities. So those 4 parameters that we're measuring cover the solar X-ray, so solar flares coming from the sun, and also coronal mass ejection with the different particles that are coming from the sun, and also the total dose of radiation that the satellite is exposed to throughout its mission. And then finally, how is that interacting with the magnetic field of the magnetosphere? So the next question, how are we measuring all of that? When it comes to the mission, it carries a compact instrument. It's only actually 2 instruments. The first one is a magnetometer. So it's a BNI geomagnetic sensor technology that will provide high resolution, low power consumption, large signal noise immunity, large dynamic range, and most importantly, high sampling rate, because we want to be able to measure any minor changes in the magnetic field as we're passing through the magnetosphere. And then the radiation detector, which is a low power radiation camera that can measure the position, the energy, time of arrival, and even tracks the shape of the particle as it hits the sensor. This will cover X-ray photons, electrons, protons, and heavy ions. So all of those parameters and all of those objectives will be covered by these instruments. Now let's look at the data collected during this mission. So the data collected will directly support both scientific research, but also operational space situational awareness. When we look at the scientific value of this mission, it will enhance our understanding of solar magnetosphere coupling. Solar magnetosphere's coupling means the interaction of the solar activities that we talked about and the magnetosphere itself. It will support modeling of particles dynamic and geomagnetic storms. And also it will provide data for research on high energy solar events and radiation belt. When it comes to the operational value, it will improve orbit prediction during geomagnetic storms. It will enhance debris tracking and collision avoidance, not only for debris, but for all space assets. And it will also support astronaut safety and satellite reliability. The data collected through this mission will be made publicly available to advance scientific research and enhance operational space situational awareness, fostering collaboration and innovation across the global space community. This takes me to the key takeaways of this presentation. So we've talked about space weather and how it's important to understand and monitor and model space weather in order to be able to ensure safe and sustainable space operation. And the Saudi Space Weather Mission will be able to do that by providing the following. Highly elliptical orbit observations. The mission will go through various layers of the magnetosphere daily, occurring phenomena or capturing phenomena far beyond low Earth orbit. It will enhance space weather forecasting by supporting modeling of geomagnetic storms, radiation hazard, and solar energetic particle events. It will advance space weather science by providing unique data for research on solar terrestrial interaction, particle dynamic, and magnetosphere physics. And then finally, it will enable operational space safety by strengthening SSA capabilities by supporting satellite reliability, debris monitoring, and astronaut protection. Before I conclude, I want to say that in order to ensure safe and sustainable space operation, the mission will be able to do that by, first, encouraging collaboration, global collaboration for the sake of space weather, and also provide the needed data to improve our scientific foundation, which on it will be able to build all the monitoring, modeling, forecasting, and eventually it will all go down to the operational aspect of space weather. Thank you everyone for your attention. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
All right, that was Najla Al-Ahmadi with this interesting topic. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our second break. Please be back in your seats by 3:30 for our next panel, The Economics of Inaction, Making the Business Case for Debris Solutions. 3:30, we will be on stage, so please be back. Enjoy your lunch.
before you get first contact with the spacecraft, it's in the
Important notice to our valued guests. We kindly ask you to note the emergency exits for your safety. There are 4 emergency exits located on the right and left sides of the hall. Please make sure you are aware of the nearest exit to you. Thank you for your cooperation. Important notice to our
All right, Assalamu alaikum once again. I hope you had a great break. That cheese sambusa is very good, by the way, just to let you know. But don't try to get it now. After the panel, you can go grab one very quick. We have a great panel coming, the economics of inaction and making the business case for debris solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, panel 3 is titled The Economics of Inaction. It focuses on the economic consequences of inaction when it comes to space debris. This discussion examines the financial risks, cost implications, and business, of course, rationale for investing in debris mitigation solutions. Let's please welcome our dear panelists, Mr. Giorgio Saccoccia on stage once again, Mrs. Hazuki Mori, lead of space technology at the World Economic Forum, Mr. Akero Iwaki, CEO and founder of Star Signa Solutions, and Mrs. Chinetz Buffet, head of regulatory affairs for space and telecommunications at Eutelsat, and the moderator, of course, Muhandisa Misha'al Ashmemri. Please give it up. Thank you. Good luck.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. I hope you had an exciting few panels, you learned a few things, you explored a few items. Today, before we get started on our session, I wanted to give you some context. His Excellency mentioned that we released a paper today as the Center for Space Futures in collaboration with the World Economic Forum. And the paper essentially is a study to answer a very simple but increasingly urgent question. What is the economic consequence of continuing business as usual in Earth orbit? We worked with the Saudi Space Agency, Leo Labs, to model the orbital environment and how it evolves over time. That data went into an economic model developed by Nova Space to translate those physical projections into real economic exposure for operators, insurers, and the broader ecosystem of space. What this model shows, which hopefully will play my presentation, thank you. What this model shows is that debris risk is not evenly distributed. It concentrates in specific orbital bands, particularly between 700 and 1,000 kilometers, where fragments and derelict objects overlap and persist for decades. So this is a problem, or even longer than decades. A critical insight here is that non-trackable fragments, that is, fragments that are less than 10 centimeters, dominate the environment by volume. These objects rarely make headlines, but they are the background condition shaping the daily operational risk in space. That brings us to what drives this cost. The largest economic burden does not come from catastrophic collision. It comes from small, frequent, non-trackable impact that causes service disruptions, diagnostics, degrades performance, and operational uncertainty. Mission-ending events and avoidance maneuvers matter, but the system-level cost is driven by accumulation, not singular failure. When we translate it into economic terms, the results are clear. Under a business as usual, I want to highlight business as usual. So this is not a catastrophic situation, and it's not a very conservative estimate. This is a business as usual case. We look at cumulative losses between 2025 to 2035, that is just in the next decade, range from $25.8 to $42.3 billion. Most of this comes from service disruptions caused by small debris. Mission-ending failures and maneuver costs add further to that drag. To put this in context, this represents roughly 1.4% of the projected value of satellite infrastructure and services over the same period. Not a shock, but a persistent erosion of the value across the system. What is important to note is, once again, this is business as usual. This is not we're presenting a catastrophic case. No, this is business as usual. If we do nothing, this is what we're looking at. So if there's any catastrophic failure, it's just going to make those numbers even bigger. So the model excludes major collisions, anti-satellite tests, cascading events. Yet, even with that, the cost compounding over on constellations and time. As risk rises, we see pressure on insurability, higher premiums, tighter coverage, and ultimately constraints on investment and growth. The study, one of the important aspects to also highlight is that the study also shows that the outcomes are not fixed. Standards, incentives, and measurable performance shape system-level behavior. Early action is structurally cheaper than delay, but only if it is coordinated, credible, and implementable. Finally, I encourage each of you to scan this QR code to be able to read the full paper and all the insights. For those of you that are very interested in the technical aspects, you can go to the appendix. With that, now we get into why this panel matters. And I invite each of the panelists to introduce themselves, and then we can unpack what it will take to change this trajectory.
Thank you. Thank you, Michelle. Thanks for having me for the second time today on stage. I'm Giorgio Saccocia. I'm advisor to the Director General of the European Space Agency, managing different budgets at the moment within the agency. I've been in the past also president of the Italian Space Agency. So you want me to answer now your question, or we pass first to the...
Now we do the introductions, then
okay,
I will get into the difficult
more
part.
than enough what I said.
Hello, everyone. My name is Hazuki Mori. I'm representing the World Economic Forum, and I lead the space portfolio there. As Michelle mentioned, this paper is put together by our collaboration with the many partners, and we're really keen to hear your feedback on the report as well, so please do have a read, and let us know what you think, but also really interested in the discussions we're having today.
Hi, nice to meet you. My name is Aki Iwaki. Familiar face and new faces. So I'm Star Signal Solutions. I'm a co-founder and CEO of Star Signal Solutions, and we are doing collision avoidance supporting and developing our own catalog. We are the JAXA spin-out venture, so we are happy to join today's meeting discussion. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. So my name is Shaynaz Bouafian. I'm the head of regulatory and international affairs at Eutelsat. So Eutelsat is a satellite operator operating both on the GEO and LEO orbits with the OneWeb constellation. And so I'm here today and hoping to bring the operator's perspective to this discussion. And thanks again for having us.
Thank you for being here. So my first question is to Giorgio. From your technical and regulatory vantage point, is active debris removal realistically achievable at commercial scale within the next decade? And who must pay for it, for the business case to close?
Thank you, Michelle. Of course, the second part of the question is always the trickiest one, but concerning the first one, active debris removal, before saying commercial achievable, it is technically achievable, that's for sure. I mean, we're in different countries, different companies are already working since many, many years on technologies that will be needed, are necessary to make possible active debris removal. It's real innovation, it's fantastic, it's also very exciting from the point of view of the advancement that is linked to that. There is a lot, a part of technology that relates to regulation. I mean, active removal implies, of course, proximity operation and aspect that might be particularly tricky and needs to be addressed also at a regulatory level. From availability of technology, which is really in the time span that you have described, to commercial viability, it comes the second part of your question, of course. There are costs associated to that starts from the technology development and continues into the economy of scale related to this type of mission and opportunities. It goes without saying that there will be an enormous amount of opportunity to use those technologies, to use those missions. We've been talking about that, and already the market is up there. But to make it achievable by a certain number of companies, it will be absolutely necessary at the beginning contribution from at institutional level, which is already the case. It's already happening. I mean, I see the case of ESA, but I know the same happens in many other countries and world regions. With the contribution of institutional funding, the technology can be developed, costs can be absorbed, and in some cases there are also demonstration missions that are developed, either fully funded by government and agencies, or in very, I would say, noble collaboration in terms of cost endeavor between agencies and companies. I think this is the way to go, honestly, because eventually the companies that will have those capabilities available will have a huge market in front of them. And so being visionary enough to invest their own resources or resources from investors in developing those capabilities will have an incredible return one day. So just to conclude, time-wise, for sure, 10 years are feasible from a technology point of view. We have to work on the regulatory aspects, and this is why we are here also today. And from the point of view of the costing, nowadays the funding can be absolutely found and secured.
Thank you. So you would say that the policy aspect associated with active debris removal is far more complex than the technology itself?
As an engineer, I find policy aspect always more difficult than technical solutions. But you cannot address or consider one part more complex than another one. They all need to be addressed at the same time, at the same level of importance.
Thank you. My next question goes to Hazuki. As a co-author of this study, from your experience shaping it within the WEF context, which element of the analysis do you believe have the greatest potential to influence global policy conversations on space sustainability?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Michelle. So one of the main hurdles to action on space debris has been really convincing governments and stakeholders that space sustainability is not a niche activity. It's not a sector-specific issue. We need to make sure that there are more stakeholders outside of the space industry also that understand this. And even at our annual meeting in Davos last week, we convened discussions on how to secure space assets, really talking about the space infrastructure, and there was a shared recognition that space technology and applications are essential to life on Earth, but also in many different industries. So we want to really focus that alongside these concerns, space debris is something that is becoming a big risk. And the growing impact on the orbital environment is something that needs to be tackled with all of us together. This is not a static issue. This is something that is actually growing. And what this report that we did with the Center of Space Futures does differently is that we believe that it has a great potential to influence global policy in the sense that it frames space debris as a shared economic risk with a distributed economic burden. So the analysis shows that debris-related risk does not stay with just satellite operators or insurers. For example, when debris hits, when there is a debris-related incident, satellites need to maneuver, they need to operate with degraded performance, and the impact shows up as with less connectivity, reliable connectivity, gaps in Earth observation data, or reduced navigation accuracy. So it is really affecting emergency response, defense, transportation systems, financial transactions. So it's really propagating outwards that through service disruption, degraded performance, and operational inefficiencies, that directly affect the user of space assets. So really showing that it is an economic burden to everyone. And importantly, the study also highlights the risk of inaction. As Michelle mentioned earlier, even under business as usual assumptions, there is a cumulative loss between 25.8 and 42.3 billion that is coming over the next decade. So it is really a cost to all of us. And honestly, the report does not claim to invent new solutions. The pathways we forward really talks about accelerated post-mission disposal, better data sharing and transparency, all of the things that are being discussed here. But what we think is new is that the economic framing, it really shows why these measures matter beyond space, matter beyond the usual folks, and that it translates to other industries. And we really hope that this report is going to make the costs, risks, and distributions of the burden clear so that there is more action and that we will be able to move the needle a bit more. But I also want to invite Michelle as a co-author to add anything.
Yeah, so thank you, Hazuki, for the insight from the paper and giving a lot of the detail. From my perspective, the way I see space debris is it's really two issues. One is existing debris, and then the creation of new debris. And for me, the strongest solution that we can apply now is on the reduction of the creation of new debris. So that is really, really important, and that we can tackle with all the solutions that we mentioned. You incentivize, you create the active debris removal solutions, you build the satellite so it deorbits, so it doesn't cause any issues, it doesn't stay there for too long. So all these are things we can do that really curtail the cost for the future. And then we can look at the existing debris and look at how can we tackle that. But there's one quick solution, is looking at the future, how do we prevent the creation of new debris? And so that's usually how I look at it. Thank you so much. So my next question goes to Akihiro. Given today's physics and sensor limits, what is the most technically credible path to detecting and characterizing sub-5 centimeter debris at scale?
Thank you, Michelle, and thank organizers and partners to again for bringing us together today. And as the opening showed, small, hard-to-track debris is posing a long-term risk. And especially when we talk about debris smaller than 5 centimeters, the biggest question is, can we detect it in a way that is scalable and affordable? To be fair, the Star Signal Solutions is doing ground optical telescopes. So your question to address, so exactly the ground optical telescope is one of the best ways to detect sub-5 centimeter. At the same time, each radar and laser lensing and in space sensors has their own merits and demerits. So to address the operational issue, we should combine those data. So for real safety, these systems must work together. At Star Signal Solutions, we use ground-based optical telescopes to observe debris. This works well for finding uncatalogued objects. In our observations, we see about twice as many objects around 10 centimeters and more than 4 times as many objects below 10 centimeters compared with existing catalogs. And this shows that optical networks can greatly improve our understanding of the space environment. In the next few years, this understanding will change drastically. And according to the ESA Space Environmental Report, only around 3% of risky space objects are now catalogued, and less 97% are still unknown. At the same time, space agencies still use different models and data. So I often discuss this with colleagues at space agencies, and we all agree that more real observations are needed. With better data, predictions will improve and better countermeasures will become clear. As this panel shows, orbital risk is not only a technical issue, it also affects economic activity and daily life on Earth. So we need not only science, but also practical actions. So for this, three things are important, I think. So accuracy, speed, and cost. So 2024 NASA study compared different tracking methods. It shows that ground-based optical observation is very cost-effective, but observation alone is not enough. As I said, we must connect the data together, and we can work together, I think.
Thank you so much. So basically marrying ground-based and space-based data together to get a better picture, and also having more locations for the ground-based systems on Earth to be able to have that coverage so you can get that number lower in terms of what we don't know yet or haven't seen. Thank you so much. My next question to Shahinaz. Does the projected maneuvering, we showcased a number, about 560 million as a burden on the operator to maneuver their satellites to prevent collision. So based on that model that we reflected, what is the reality for large LEO constellations such as Eutelsat? And are we underestimating that burden? Maybe not necessarily focusing on the number, but rather on the burden that you have to carry as a result of the increased number of satellites being launched and the projections that will happen in the next decade.
Thank you so much. And maybe first allow me to congratulate your center as well as the World Economic Forum for co-authoring this report. I'd like also to commend on the economic angle that was taken. I think that's definitely something that is lacking in the landscape of studies that we see these days. So definitely a nice point. To be honest, it was published this morning, but I took some time to have a brief look at it. So I'm not sure I will be able to comment into the details, but what I can say from an operator's perspective is that the tendency that are being drawn in the report are definitely tendencies that we do observe. And those tendencies have an impact on operations, that is for sure. So it usually translates in increase in collision avoidance maneuvers, but also more globally an increase in the need of gathering accurate data, and I'm coming back to what my colleague was saying earlier. So the need to actually aggregate more accurate data, and also then an increased need in space traffic coordination, and that's definitely an area where Eutelsat operating the OneWeb constellation, so maybe just for the audience to relocate the company, Eutelsat has a GEO fleet, so 36 satellites operating in the GEO orbit, as well as a constellation of 654 satellites, which is the low Earth orbit OneWeb constellation. So definitely on space traffic coordination, we see a real need, an area of improvement. We are trying to lead the way in helping foster more coordination between operators. It used to be ad hoc coordination between operators, but now we're seeing a more established way of doing things in space, also with the help of international bodies and more regional bodies as well. So definitely a tendency that has an impact on the way we operate. I also like what you mentioned earlier about the need to limit the amount of debris, as a first standalone solution to be really emphasized. Because we talk a lot about remediation, which is a very good aspect as well, but we really need to stress on the mitigation part, and we as operator also acknowledge that this is definitely the most efficient way of doing things. And I also liked the angle of the cost of inaction, because hopefully it will prompt a call for action. specifically, and so I'm very much looking forward to continue engaging with the policymakers in the room, industry, and other stakeholders to see what kind of action we can prompt for.
Thank you so much. One quick question. What about standards for thresholds for maneuvering? Because that's one issue. So for example, you may have a threshold of a specific distance or time away from an object, but then whoever you're colliding with, assuming it's another satellite, may not have the same threshold. Who should move first?
Yeah.
And so should there be standardization in terms of maneuvering and when to execute an action?
So that's definitely one of the most important aspects when you talk about space traffic coordination. Space is definitely an international area, so we have people from different countries, but in space we really need to speak the same language. So we are trying to foster more coordination between operators to make sure that we use the same terms, that we use the same standards. And so usually it translates into bilateral coordination agreements with operators, so usually in the form of MOUs. But of course, as space activities expand, we are also acknowledging that this bilateral ad hoc method may not be sufficient enough. So that's why we are trying to work on more established way of doing things. And this is also where we need policymakers, governments, international bodies like UNUSA to maybe step in as they are already doing and help us operators find a more established international mechanism for space traffic coordination.
Thank you so much. So back to you, Giorgio, since we're talking about policy. Europe's Zero Debris Initiative is ambitious. What is the single most important technical standard or design requirement that would materially change operator behavior if adopted globally?
As you said, Michelle, the Zero Debris Initiative of ESA is ambitious and is also multi-dimensional. It addresses almost all the aspects that are impacted by the space debris issues. It looks at aspects related to clearance of orbit, preventing formation of debris through collision or by I don't know, non-passivation objects. But it looks also at availability of data for to perform maneuvers of collision avoidance, for example, sharing of information, intervening on reducing the casualties once a satellite is re-entered. So many aspects. But going back to also your comment before, today I was quite shocked in a way, not shocked but impressed when the Secretary General of the ITU mentioned that they already received filing for about 200,000 new satellites. 200,000 new satellites in the coming years is a number of active satellites higher than the current debris. So is the future what you have to look at? Clearly we will need to clear what is up now, but we need to really intervene in the future. To do that, looking again back at the intention of the Zero Debris Charter of ESA, for sure the first 2 points that I mentioned, the introducing in the design of future satellites and operation the capability to reduce to absolute minimum the possibility to generate new debris, but also the almost certainty to be capable to be deorbited, re-enter, or put in a graveyard orbit. This will be, in my opinion, the most important aspect to be addressed. And this last aspect needs to be addressed, not just taking advantage of what the satellite or the asset will have available on board, but also to the external intervention in case something goes wrong and this asset is not capable to respond or to obey to our expectations. So these are for sure the the things where we have to invest, we have to gain consensus, responsibility, and common approach among operators, government, etc., protecting our future, which will be the future of whatever we can do in space, for sure.
So deorbiting being a critical element that can be adopted globally.
Absolutely.
Many countries are implementing this 5-year deorbiting
that's what
mandate.
is aiming to.
Do you think 5 years is enough? Sufficient?
At least it's a good start. The Zero Debris Charter has a target of until 2030. Beyond that, will be hopefully we can reduce that as well. Taking into account that beyond that there will be other aspects that will be also interesting. I mentioned this morning in my intervention, but maybe we will not be just interested in reorbiting a satellite, but maybe changing its future life into an orbital new cycle economy, say, and reusing it for other application or part of it.
Thank you. So some recycling as well.
Yeah.
Thanks. My next question goes to you, Hazuki. The study outlines technological, economic, legal, and diplomatic pathways to address space debris. Where can collective action have the greatest leverage today, and how do these pathways reinforce each other?
Yeah, thank you so much. I think the greatest imperative for collective action today lies at the intersection between global governance, so basically national-driven decision-making, and the intersection with a shared, increasingly congested orbital environment. So in our report, basically space debris is an inherently systemic risk. Actions taken by one country affects everyone. And despite this fact, capability development and regulatory oversight remains by each country. So everyone knows the importance of doing it globally, but the regulations are done within each country, and those decisions come from sovereignty-related issues, comparative advantage, national priorities. So we need to make sure that the intersection there is linked. And at the same time, the mitigation and remediation efforts that are being done are also imbalanced as well. So this gap between a shared orbital environment and nationally focused decision-making appears constantly in all the discussions around technology, around policy, around these regulations. So this is where collective action is really important. And our report highlights the need to really broaden the engagement beyond traditional space actors and reframe orbit sustainability as a shared global interest rather than just comparative trade-offs. And through linking the physical risk in orbit with economic values, we really hope that the study creates a common reference point where governments, policymakers, all of these financial sectors, all of these users can come together to engage more deeply with the issue because it relates to them. And ultimately, in our study, we make clear that progress will not come just from one technological innovation or one amazing legal adoption that will happen. It needs to progress with the coordination of these activities. And I think that's the difficulty that everyone is mentioning here. And that's why collective platforms, Cheney's brought up UNUSA, but there's many different platforms that can push the needle for that, and we hope that the World Economic Forum or Center of Space Futures or any collective body can really bring together all these different policies, technological advancements, and all of that to really push the needle. Yeah.
Thank you, Hazuki. So it's essentially the emergence of all these solutions together that really can move the needle, not necessarily one or the other, but a combination of all. Thank you. My next question goes to Akihiro. If commercial tracking accuracy improves significantly, what immediate procedural or regulatory changes should operators, insurers, and national authorities be required to adopt?
Sure. Thank you, Michelle. As we just heard, debris risk already affects insurance, investment, and long-term goals. With better tracking, this will become even more visible. We may soon face tens of millions of close approach alerts every year. It means that every second, somewhere in the world, an operator must decide, move, coordinate, or stay. In this situation, safety cannot depend only on human judgment. First, we need more automation. Risk analysis, maneuver planning, and coordination should be supported by simple and trusted systems. Humans should check these systems, not replace them. Second, we need basic operational rules. Every active satellite should have some way to avoid collisions. This means propulsion, altitude control, stable communication, and access to SSA services. Third, we need better data sharing. Operators should share maneuver plans and responses in near real time using common formats. Without this, even good data will not prevent confusion. Fourth, insurance and licensing should support safe behavior. Operators who invest in safety should pay less. Operators who ignore risk should pay more. This is not about strong global enforcement, it's about an alignment. Fifth, we may support smaller operators. Many of them want to act responsibly, but lack resources. Training, shared tools, and affordable services are very important. At Starsignal Solutions, we work with many operators to support automated collision avoidance. This shows that these ideas are already practical today. In summary, better tracking alone is not enough. We also need better operations, better coordination, and better incentives. Only then can we turn good data into safe behavior.
Thank you. So basically, you're saying those who pollute should pay more for the debris issue, as reference to their pollution that they're creating.
Well, I don't say pay more, but pay reasonably, I think.
Relative to the debris that they create.
Yes, and especially for smaller or emerging players, they have to be supported with some perspective. And we are now doing by implementing our collision avoidance tool, and we are now working with some space agencies and space actors for implementing affordable and reasonable service. So because those players want to be responsible, but just limited the capability. So we are supporting them.
Yep. Thank you so much. Now my question goes to Shahinaz. Operators often claim adherence to best practices. What concrete, measurable performance indicators would you support to verify responsible behavior across all major constellations?
Yep.
The tough one.
It is, but I've prepared a few points also, not to make sure I don't forget, because I think it's a very, very important one. So maybe as a concrete performance indicator, for me, the first one would be the post-mission disposal performance. For us at Eutelsat, we consider it to be a very fundamental performance indicator. So it's basically the successful rate for deorbiting satellites, not only in the LEO orbit, but also in the GEO orbit, so meaning what is the successful rate of deorbiting satellite in the graveyard orbit as well, but not just the successful rate of deorbiting, but also the fact that you reorbit it within the required time frame. So that goes back also to the 5 years discussion that we just had. So obviously, international standards says 25 years, but we are seeing lower and lower requirements when it comes to PMD, post-mission disposal time frame. I think there are a number of national space laws that have also implemented this new required time frame. So the French space law is one. I know the FCC also has requirements. So that's definitely an important metric to be looked at. And also, of course, measured against internationally recognized guidelines, just because you want to make sure that everyone's having the same best practices. I also noted maneuver reliability. as well as conjunction management performance. The reason being that these metrics, like the rate of collision avoidance maneuver success, the responsiveness also to conjunction alerts, so how responsive an operator is able to be, how nimble it is to be in its operation, but also the ability to maintain continuous command and control. And to me, that also includes the ability to maintain 24/7 point of contacts, making sure that it's publicly accessible. That's definitely a very simple thing to do, but something that unfortunately we don't see everywhere. So definitely something that can be measured. So it's qualitative measurements rather than quantitative, but super important. And that leads me to the third one, which is transparency in data sharing. So it's basically the willingness to share accurate, as you said, Aki, accurate ephemeris data, engage with the space situational awareness providers, be it public or private, but also participate in coordinated space traffic management processes. So again, a qualitative measurement, but also very, very important to look at. And last but not least is system-level design choices, whereby you could actually make a material, concrete difference on space sustainability based on the requirements that you embark already in the design of the constellation. So the design phase is absolutely critical as well. And those are ways of measuring best practices, but I think that operators are definitely able and willing to go beyond also those best practices. So I will talk for my company, of course, but new technologies like active debris removal, in-orbit services are being explored as we speak. We are engaged in several programs with the European Space Agency to develop those technologies and to make sure that they answer to a specific technical need, but also an environmental need. And at the end of the day, I think we have to also recognize that satellite constellations, but not just constellations, satellite operators have a vested interest in making sure that nothing happens to the assets that they have up there just because we paid billions for these assets to be flying and to deliver the services that they are delivering today. And so yeah, definitely something to keep in mind, and I hope that this kind of forum will lead to even more cooperation between operators to go beyond those established practices.
Thank you so much for laying out a very clear blueprint on what to measure, the KPIs for best practice adherence. Thank you so much. My last question is to all the panelists. What is the one action the global community must agree on in the next 12 months to materially reduce long-term debris risk?
Well, I can start. I don't want to repeat what I said in the previous question because the issue, of course, is to act in particular on the future. But I think the most logical thing to do is that we will have to all share the same commitment to intervene on this big issue of space debris and act. I mean, we can do it differently depending on the geographical region, following different approaches, etc. But we need to have the same mindset that we cannot postpone addressing this problem. And it seems to be so simple and so logical. I mean, I don't know if you came by car this morning, Michelle, but nobody would abandon its car when it runs out of fuel or has a flat tire and then forget it there. We do it already on ground. We need to start doing it on space altogether.
Thank you. Azuki?
Yeah, adding to Georgia, I would really say that we need to translate that understanding into numbers, into impacts that would be understandable to all the stakeholders that need to be aligned. And honestly, I think these things don't have to happen perfectly from the beginning. There's right now the transparency, the consensus, that's the hard part, but it doesn't have to be perfect. I think there's incremental steps that can be taken. So we just need to start is how I feel.
I would say let us agree on a small set of common practical rules for collision risk management. We already have great guidelines. Then let each operator implement them independently in their own systems and operations. What we need is consistency in how risk is assessed, how decisions are documented, and how responsibility is taken. Some operators will build their own systems, others will use commercial services. That diversity is healthy as long as behavior is aligned. If we do this well, safety will improve through thousands of independent decisions, not through one large coordination effort. This is the most realistic path forward. In this respect, I'm looking forward to the productive discussion in COPIOS STSC forum next week, and I will be very happy to work with interested public and private partners to explore concrete next steps after this session. Thank you.
Shahinas?
Yeah, so right now for us as a company at Eutelsat, space traffic coordination is definitely a top priority. So any action or efforts towards better space traffic coordination, and ideally that would involve both the industry and governments all together to make sure that we have something pragmatic, realistic, but also at the right level, would definitely be welcome. So that would be my call.
Thank you. So there you have it. We have commitment, incremental changes in behavior, as well as consistency, and then finally, traffic coordination. Thank you so much for all your insight, and I hope you guys enjoyed it and learned some new things. And I encourage you to read our paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Shail, and thanks to all of our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, we're moving to panel 4 right away. A very productive day. From vision to action, the next frontier in active debris removal. Ladies and gentlemen, this panel is titled From Vision to Action, explores how vision is being translated into action, focusing on the next frontier in active debris removal. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Sergei Gokayev, space sustainability expert and former Clear Space, Mr. Mike Lindsay, our Chief Technology Officer at Astroscale, Mr. Miguel Cobos, Program and Business Development Head at GMV, Mr. Zhang Shen, our lead researcher in space debris and near-Earth object observation at CNSA, and Mr. Koichi Kikochi, one more time, Manager of International Relations and Research at JAXA. All yours.
So good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to session 4. Needless to say, a pleasure for me to be here, not only in my capacity, but also more broadly as SP, to have partnered with SSA in this well-organized and timely conference. So let me first of all thank and congratulate the Saudi Space Agency for this effort and the leadership here. What we will explore in this panel with my fellow panelists here, we will zoom in one specific dimension, that of ADR. So we will talk about the latest developments, but also we will zoom in and discuss, the necessary steps that are needed to move from vision to action. And I would add concrete and effective actions. So we heard in the excellent panel before that inaction is costly, 42 billion. That's quite a figure. So inaction is expensive and risky. So what we need to do now is to unpack what are the different dimensions that need to be tackled in order to make ADR a sort of a reality, an established reality. So we will explore the technological dimension with the latest developments, innovations, and future solutions. We will discuss about the market dimension with the role of commercial companies, economic incentives, and regulations in creating a viable market for ADR. And we will discuss, of course, the fundamental issue of international cooperation, so the issue of norm and rule setting in an environment that is becoming more challenging, not only in space, and I would argue also here on Earth. So before we kickstart the conversation, let me quickly introduce our panelists. We have Sergei Kukaev, CEO of StarTrail, welcome. Mike Lindsay, CTO of Astroscale. Mikhail Kobos, Business and Development Head at GMV, welcome. Dr. Zhang Shen, lead researcher in space debris and New-Earth observation at the China National Space Administration. And last but not least, Koichi Kikuchi, manager at the International Relations and Research Department at JAXA. Welcome. So let me quickly maybe start with you, Sergei. Can you provide us very quickly an overview on the state of the art, when in ADR, but also, can you help us navigating and understanding, the very different activities that are being undertaken and also the different terms that we use, ADR, iOS, ISMA, RPO. So can you help us understanding what is the issue that we talk about, please?
Thank you, Marco. Good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum. It's a pleasure to be here. Many thanks for the Saudi Space Agency to host this conference. And I've been on this market for already quite a while, and it's not often that we're having specific space debris conferences. I know only few of them. So I think these efforts of Saudi Space Agency will be rewarded, and it's going to be because it's a question of big concern for the whole community. So deep diving a little bit about the definitions, ADR, active debris removal, it's considered to be a part of the global, let's say, in-orbit servicing, or someone call it on-orbit servicing or in-orbit servicing and manufacturing, but it's a part of the activities of operations that are targeting the non-functional objects called space debris. So this is what ADR. There are other use cases on in-orbit servicing that are very related to themselves because they explore similar technologies like proximity operations, space robotics, and you have extending the life of satellites, refueling satellites, recycling satellites in future, and repair and maintenance. All of that is this world that we are facing, and ADR is just one part of it. And there are different kinds of techniques using robotic arms to capture the debris, using harpoons, nets. So there are all kinds of different techniques, but they will only be successful once they are matured and once they are demonstrated in orbit.
Thank you, Sergei. Actually, let me go to Mike on that front as the CTO of Astroscale. Astroscale have seen and achieved many important feats when it comes to ADR, if we zoom in ADR. And we could argue that we are gradually moving from experimental into operationals. So what do you see as the biggest bottlenecks in terms of supply chain or industrial processes when we want to scale ADR like from one-off prototype to a sort of a serial production of a spacecraft?
No.
Thank you very much. And thank you to the organizers of this conference for inviting me back a second time. It's an honor to be here and contribute to the discussions. Yeah, certainly it's a very big step to go from these bespoke missions to an out-of-the-box, one-size-fits-all solution for in-orbit services and ADR. There's too much variety in the client type and mission profile. So you really have to focus on the lower level design aspects if you want to achieve cost efficiency through commonality. So one of the challenging aspects of ADR is really executing the rendezvous and proximity operations. In taking the theory, which is very well documented, well understood, and applying that in the real world. And really it comes down to two things. It's knowledge and control. And those incorporate a lot of uncertainty, a lot of noise in the real world. So your sensors and your actuators become extremely important to executing a safe mission. As you might imagine, there aren't many manufacturers that are focusing on payload or thruster solutions for ADR-type missions. It's a niche market. There's been relatively few missions. The mission profiles are different. Even from mission to mission, the RPO strategy changes. And sometimes it's not a matter of what's the best sensor for this time. It's more of a matter of, okay, what's available on the market? How do we fit this? How do we work with it? So that's certainly a challenge. The other bottleneck would be probably launch. For ADR, we need to be put in a very specific place at a specific time to bring something down. And that means we can't benefit from ride shares. We need a dedicated mission, a dedicated launch vehicle. Maybe 5 years ago, there was hopes that the market would be flooded with all these launchers at the right size for these missions, but right now we're seeing far fewer come to fruition, so that's definitely a challenge as well.
Thank you, Mike. I wanted maybe to remain on that front, on how really, from a tech perspective to scale ADR. And one issue, one aspect, maybe it's autonomous, basically, or automation, Of course, maybe we cannot rely on manual, so some degree of automation eventually may be needed, So I wanted to ask you, Miguel, as you work at GMV and you deal, of course, like with many different aspects in technology, what's the current technological readiness level when it comes, to automating ADR activities, especially maybe in the last meters of the approach? Or are there any other paradigm-changing technologies that could help us to scale up ADR?
Okay, well, thank you. First, thank you very much for the invitation to the panel, and thank you for the questions. Because there is not a single answer. I don't have a single TRL to give you, depending on the mission that we are considering and the type of targets we are considering. First, there are two main aspects. First, if we are talking about cooperative targets or non-cooperative targets, and the second one is the level of autonomy that we want to introduce, which is not homogeneous. It's very dependent not only for the technology availability, but also because of the way in which the operators are working. It's associated to the operational concept associated to each of these, the mission and the operators are doing the activities. For the first thing, in cooperative way, we have an object which is cooperative. I believe we are in a very high TRL. It has been already demonstrated in the past with autonomous docking in the ISS. And ESA has this marvelous mission ATV that was doing completely autonomous approach to the ISS, and it was in a very high level of technology. Then I will say TRL never. We are 9. We are in this approach. Now for the non-cooperative is another thing, and this I think we are moving between 6 and 8, depending on the complexity of the missions. And there is an aspect which is important, is how the behavior about the non-cooperative object we are approaching. In some cases, we have a high detumbling, and I believe it's not yet completely solved. It's something that is processed. For that, there are many missions today in place, from Northrop Grumman, Astroscale is a good example too, on this approach, and also institutional missions that are today playing, like Orbital Express in US. Then, it's very much dependent. We are still things that we need to do for the technology approach, but we are not far for the end. And an aspect which is important is to increase for the future the number of cooperative objects and to remove the non-cooperative that we have today and not to provide more. For this, an important aspect in the technology is to establish common interfaces for the future. We are working on this at GMV using concepts like the cat and mice and others, which are elements that can help in the future to remove objects which are close to the end of the life, and then they can be removed before they are coming for a real space debris.
Thank you very much, Miguel. Very interesting and insightful. Let's maybe move from a private perspective into the role of space agency. Maybe Koichi-san, let's go to you. What do you think is the role of space agency in stimulating innovation when it comes to ADR? And what has, I would say, an innovation-driven agency like JAXA doing from an R&D perspective to stimulate innovation, especially when it comes to technology related to ADR?
Question. I want to speak about JAXA's role and functions. And JAXA has now 4 main functions. JAXA is implementing agency. We launch rocket and operate satellite. And JAXA is R&D agency. We are engaging in advancing space technologies. And JAXA is also a funding agency with a newly added function to manage Japanese government's space strategy fund. Then JAXA is a hub that connects stakeholders such as government, private companies, and international partners. Here, both JAXA and private companies are engaged in R&D on space technology, but when it comes to cutting-edge technologies like AI or quantum technology, private companies may have the edge because JAXA sometimes need more reliable and matured technologies to ensure mission success. In such cases, the Space Strategy Fund can provide incentive for private companies, especially new space companies. They have their own vision and business model. We are taking various measures to promote overall space activities. That's the current role of JAXA.
Thank you, Koichi-san. Actually, a similar question to the other big powerhouses, China. Mr. Zhang, can you maybe provide some insights into the work of China when it comes to ADR, but also maybe if you could share some of the latest technical developments when it comes to ADR, but also iOS in general in China.
Oh, thank you, Marco. Thank you for your question. China attaches great importance to active debris removal. Currently, we are moving from conceptual research to practical breakthroughs and on-orbit validations. At the CNSA, we strongly support the R&D of core technologies. Our goal is to bridge the gap between laboratory research and practical applications with a pathway of research, testing, and transfer, ensuring solid on-orbit validations. Recently, we have seen progress, specific progress from ADR-related initiatives in China. The Star-I constellation is designed for low-cost, wide coverage, and fast response debris surveillance. The Yuxing 3 satellite, which will be launched in few weeks, will test key technologies of flexible robotic arms for capture and track balloons for deorbiting. This validates low-cost and miniaturized ADR options. And other teams from universities and companies are exploring more economical ADR solutions like electromagnetic capture towards future orbital trials. Overall, China remains open to responsible ADR technologies and the principles of safety, compliance, and responsible operations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Very interesting, but now you made me think we should maybe move from the exciting part, so the technological part, into the more challenging part, to use the word of Giorgio Saccoccia before. So let's open the Pandora box of the market versus regulation when it comes to ADR. And maybe I would like to start with you, Mike. We see, when we talk about like market creation for ADR, what we can tell is that we see a sort of a significant delta between the cost of an ADR mission. There are different costs out there, like I've heard like 80 million for an ADR-like mission, and the price that I would say an operator is willing to pay to clear up orbit. Is this the right approach, like to frame it? And how should operators be looking at the service that you offer? And more broadly, how do we close, or can we close the business case of ADR, like without relying on government subsidy only?
All right, this one's on. Yeah, it's a great question. And certainly when you're looking at commercial operators, especially broadband commercial operators, the value of just clearing a slot is quite minimal. When you're doing collision avoidance maneuvers in a sea of debris, what's one more satellite to avoid? But I think this isn't the right way to look at the value. I think the true value of end-of-life service really comes from constellation management optionality. And given the current landscape of regulations and best practices, I would say that this business case actually closes today. And I'll explain how. Say I deploy a $5 billion constellation. In about 5 years or so, I'm going to have to start deorbiting those satellites because the reliability will start to drop below 90%. So roughly every 5 years, I'm burning through $5 billion, and I'm literally burning a large number of perfectly good satellites. It's both economically wasteful and potentially harmful for the environment as well. A better approach is to let my healthy revenue-generating satellites operate for 2, 3, 4 more years. And that lifetime optionality, instead of a rigid, steep cliff, can save me billions in replenishment costs. I can deploy that capital towards R&D for my next gen. I can better weather supply chain issues or launch bottlenecks. I'm in a much more robust position. Of course, that tactic is not necessarily acceptable because it means I'll leave more dead satellites on orbit because my reliability is decreasing. And that is exactly where end-of-life service presents its value. If I contract these services to remove the fraction of satellites that need it, that cost will easily be absorbed by what I've saved through lifetime extension for the rest of my assets. So yeah, no trickery in the math there. The business case does close.
Thank you. Actually, your take, Sergey, on the topic, you think are market-based solutions, in a sense, sufficient to tackle the problem, or do we need more regulations? Acknowledging, of course, that regulations and market solutions are not mutually exclusive, but can be complementary and, in a sense, symbiotic. Are we looking at the problem from the right perspective? Do we want to create a business case to remove satellites when maybe we should be looking at servicing satellites rather than removing them? What's your take on the issue?
Right, Marco. So the problem with ADR as a market is that the satellites are dead. They are non-functional, though they are providing no value to their operators. So the question how to monetize and create the market is really difficult. And a one-shot, like, you have a failed satellite, I'm going and get it for you, is a too expensive option. So, I mean, the life extension options is a different market. The technologies are similar, but the market is a bit different. But the question here really is that the regulations should be more stringent. That the operators are somehow incentivized, and we will talk probably about different solutions as specific funds, insurance solutions, or any other incentives that are introduced by governments, by international collaborations, So these are the mechanisms that will create in future the ADR market that we want, and it will be a market that will be functioning and will create value for all of the stakeholders there.
Thank you. As you mentioned regulation, maybe I wanted to quickly move to Miguel and ask you one thing, because of course, like we know that regulations can do a lot to create a market, like for ADR. If you put regulations that compels or requires ADR, as mandatory, of course, like you can create a market. But of course, it has other impacts, or it may have other impacts on other parts of the industry. So how do we ensure that regulations do not create negative externalities, impairing the competitiveness, I don't know, of the manufacturing industry, for instance? What's your take on the topic? And more broadly, how do we balance this sort of latent tension between sustainability that we want to achieve on the one hand and competitiveness that we don't want to destroy on the other?
Of course, well, regulation is important, and it's an element that can help to develop the market. This is clear, but it's also clear that we need to put what is the limit, because in some cases we can kill the competitiveness if we are going too far. And this is something that is already today on the table because of the new EU Space Act that we know everybody, and people are discussing, and I'm sure that they will find a compromise. But in this level, I would like to mention 5-6 topics that I think are important very quickly. The first one is related to the technology. It's better if we have something which is technologically neutral. It's imposing some objectives, well, end-of-life disposals, or to fix the way in which the minimum lifetime, these kind of things, that they impose the technology that is needed for this. Doing in this way, we can give more flexibility to the operator, to the players, to apply this technology. The second thing is the proportionality of the risk-based approach for the mission. Not all the missions are the same. Not all the missions have the same risk, and this is something that needs to be taken into account when we are applying the rules. And depending on the mission lifetime, depending on their orbital regime, the type of satellite that we are considering, this is something that should be considered. Another point is the gradual implementation. We cannot say tomorrow we'll start with the new rules and there is no discussion. Then probably this will be a problem, particularly for satellite manufacturers, and they need to adapt probably the supply chain, and they need to adapt how they will work. Also, to use some incentives alongside the discussions with the players. For example, benefits in the insurance, benefits in the new ITTs that can be released to the market is something to be considered if you are applying the rules accordingly. Incremental coordination and harmonization, this is also important to take into account all the players. This is not a problem for Europe only, or a problem for US, or for China, or for Japan. Everybody should be there and should apply the same approach and say to be harmonized. And finally, a clear approach in the responsibility. When there is a problem, who is the responsible? Launchers, operators, manufacturers, other people? Then this is something to be also taken into account in the way in which we distribute the risk.
Thank you, Miguel. We'll go back actually to some of your points later on, hopefully. Let me move actually again into a public sector perspective. So Koichi-san, how do we ensure that private efforts and public efforts are aligned in terms of ensuring both sustainability on the one hand, but also competitiveness or industrial advantage on the other?
As I explained in panel 1, the Japanese government established on-orbit services guideline, and private operators are expected to demonstrate the rationality of these guidelines. By conducting missions in accordance with the guidelines. As I mentioned, the strength of Japan lies in the presence of private companies. We have Astroscale for ADR, Blue for post-mission disposal, and Search Signal Solutions for SSA. We can meet them here in this conference. They contribute to the realization of sustainable space activities. Now, I believe that by building a relationship where the government become enabler and establish the appropriate norms and rules, allowing private companies to pursue innovative technology development, we can maximize the impact. That's my view.
Thank you. It's very interesting, and I also applaud the Japanese government thought leadership on the topic when it comes to ADR, especially with the guidelines that it has issued. Let me move also now into the Chinese context and ask John basically, what's China's perspective on commercial ADR and what, I would say, practical or concrete policy levers you think would catalyze a viable market for ADR, considering what in the final analysis is the public good nature of ADR and sustainability?
In fact, the Star-I constellation and the Yuxing 3 satellite are both developed by Chinese commercial space companies. As a responsible major spacefaring nation, China has regarded the space environment governance as a national strategy. And we encourage and remain open to responsible commercial participations in this area. Our policy guidance is quite clear. The 2021 white paper, China's space activities, calls for fostering new space economy activities, including ADR activities. In November 2025, just 2 months ago, CNSA issued the action plan for promoting high-quality development of commercial space 2025 to 2027. It supports new business areas such as space debris mitigation and removal. Together, these documents provide clear directions and strong policy bases for ADR, for commercial ADR. At the same time, CNSA places high priority on safety. A May 2021 policy on the orderly development for small satellites requires civil launch projects to include debris mitigation plans. March 2025 policy explicitly requires commercial entities must undergo safety verification before ADR operations. We are also updating our standards. We are currently drafting the guidance for orbit ADR services. Building on the 2017 ADR requirements, this new standard will refine the safety baseline for the industry. We strictly believe that within reasonable policy guidance will create a healthy market and ensure the orderly development of commercial ADR. Thank you. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Jung. I'm thinking, there is, as we speak, I maybe believe, is the spirit of this community that we are all committed to solving the debris issue. And still, our environment is congested. Maybe there is another chapter we need to open beyond, because we have heard about the business case on EDR, we see there will be technological solution, there will be commercial solution. Maybe the tough point is on the international front when it comes to norms and rule setting within international fora. Of course, everybody wants to project or protect its own national interest, defend the competitiveness of its national industry, maybe not formally commit to taking actions where responsibility is shared. So how do we really avoid a sort of tragedy of the commons process? So maybe I wanted to go back to you, Mike, and ask you, when it comes to international cooperation and rule setting in the field of ADR, what do you think is the minimum set of norms and rules or normative and regulatory area at either national, but more importantly, at international level, that should be agreed upon to ensure safe and secure ADR, I would say, environment or ADR activities at large?
I would highlight two things. The first is preparation for servicing. This idea that we would design a satellite and launch it, and there would never be a scenario in which it might be helpful to service it or move it or remove it. That mindset needs to be in the past. We need to evolve beyond that. And I'm not saying that ADR should be mandated, but we need to be future-proofing our satellites. We should stop making it more difficult, more expensive for future generations. Maybe in 10, 15 years, if we have to do a massive cleanup effort, we're going to be very glad that we are prepared for that. But as I mentioned earlier, I think the value will even come sooner than that, where operators that build servicing and removal into their management plans, they're going to be more competitive. The other issue I'd highlight is spectrum. Right now, in-orbit servicing has no access to reliable, dependable spectrum licenses. There's no allocation for in-orbit services. And this is a major barrier to commercial scalability and therefore to the sustainability of the entire space ecosystem. Despite this, there's no current agenda item at the World Radio Conference. And the ITU has made very commendable efforts to highlight and address the issues of space sustainability. But I think one of the most direct ways in which the ITU can contribute to this is by allocating or addressing the spectrum issue for in-orbit services. So we need to see more momentum and support from administrations on that. If we want a sustainable future in space, we need to pick up our trash. If we want to pick up our trash, we need spectrum for the servicers.
Thank you. Actually, this is a very interesting and novel perspective. Maybe this is, in fact, an agenda item to be brought to the next WRC. And we had ITU. So you made a very interesting point. Maybe let's go to you, Sergey, and ask you a slightly different question. Your take or reading of what can be achieved when it comes to ADR, like through industry, I would say self-action, self-regulation, and what needs to be, I would say, codified in national and international mechanisms when it comes to ADR. Can be everything solved through industry self-regulations, or do we need something of a different nature?
Yeah, you touched the topic on international cooperation. I'd like to stop a little bit on the international confrontation. Mm-hmm. And what we're seeing right now on the geopolitical level is also affecting quite a lot the question that we're talking about, because there are billions flowing in defense budgets, and including ADR or rendezvous and proximity operations are part of this, research and operational thinking of many countries. So the dual usage of ADR would be a key element in the development of these technologies. And this is okay, because our space era started when the two countries, developed ballistic missiles. But then these ballistic missiles became, civil launchers, and it put us into space. So I think this question of dual usage cannot be neglected, and will be driven. The regulatory framework will be also driven by the defense sector, which will be playing a very important role.
Thank you. You did touch a very important point, because of course, like ADR is, I would say, security sensitive topic. And I believe that much of the investment behind ADR was not driven maybe by sustainability concern, but by security rationales. So it was investment in development of dual use technologies, dual use or dual purpose technologies. This is, I would say, an action also like for considerations by public entities within the government. And maybe I wanted to touch with you, Koichi-san, on that front. When it comes to, I would say, let's try to look at the future. How does Japan see, international cooperation in ADR evolving? Does Japan, or at least JAXA, sees basically that ADR become a sort of do you see a future where ADR becomes a sort of mandatory launch tax within, I don't know, the framework of the United Nations? And how do we enforce, or could we enforce, such a future without necessarily impacting the growth? For instance, when we talk about emerging spacefaring nations, you know, why do they need to pay for cleaning up orbits to which they did not contribute, like the pollution of which they did not contribute to? So what's your reading? And if you could shed light more on what's a government perspective, you know, like behind this line of reasoning?
The taxation is one option, I think, but tax is difficult to deal with, you know. So we need other options. So as the other speaker pointed out, the space debris problem is becoming severe, in particular in the orbit of large constellations. Then, for example, establishing special rules for these orbits, requiring prompt removal of satellites upon failure, might support the ADR or PDM business without raising a hurdle for emerging space nations. However, such rules raise the cost for large constellation, so to convince such operators, cost performance, cost effectiveness is very important. Therefore, one possible approach is to scale overall on-orbit service activities and to reduce the cost of on-orbit service, including ADR or PMD. To this end, it is crucial to build the relationship I mentioned earlier, the government establishing appropriate norms and rules with including the international framework, while private operators engaging in innovative technology environment. To build such environment, it's very important. So actually, as I said earlier, Japanese government is now examining what coordination will be necessary to realize the international ADR or on-orbit service missions.
Thank you. Interesting food for thought. Let me ask actually our fellow colleague from CNSA. From a CNSA perspective, how should international, let's call it coordination and cooperation on ADR be advanced in practice? You know, because we talk a lot, but how should it work in practice? And I would say, if I may ask you also, under what multilateral mechanism or framework should this work advance or proceed, in your perspective?
International cooperation in this domain, in the field of ADR, is both a key lever for addressing the space debris challenge and a vivid example of putting the vision of a community with a shared future for mankind into practice. It also serves as an important bridge between commercial value and global public interests. China is actively engaged in international cooperation on space debris mitigation and removal, including participation in the work of IADC. The UNUSA is a central platform for international dialogue and cooperation in this domain. In China's view, the development of relevant mechanisms and rules for ADR should be advanced within the existing UNUSA framework. This is a consistent position of China. At the same time, multilateral and regional mechanisms are valuable platforms for dialogue and cooperation, and can help strengthen international coordination and practice cooperation. China remains a positive and constructive attitude toward establishing ADR-related associations and coordinations, and the existing UNISA framework. Thank you.
Thank you, Zhang. Interesting. Let me ask Miguel, in this case, from a European industrial perspective, what's your reading, as you represent GMV, of like more stringent regulations at international level? Is this something that European industry favors or not?
Okay, well, I am not representing here Europe, of course, because Europe is complex.
Europe is a complex beast.
It is difficult to put in place all the opinions. But there is, well, I think the general approach is that this regulation is well received. Again, remember that I've mentioned before this European Space Act, which is now under discussion, and in parallel, but there is a little bit more complex than this, because in parallel to this, different countries in Europe are also putting in place rules. Space laws is the case for France. France was a pioneer in this subject. Italy is also working on this. Even Spain is considering this. Then, how we harmonize all these points. This is the point. This is the critical issue. And something behind this: who is responsible to apply the rules in the future, in a European level or in a global level? Is the United Nations with the responsibility or not? Who is the responsible in order to harmonize on which these rules will be applied and not to introduce some competitiveness disadvantage between the different countries or different companies? This is one of the points. And looking to the countries, the second point is the level of responsibility, where we are putting the level of the responsibility. Till now, well, launching state was one of the main players to indicate you are the responsible for the debris. But now we are in this sense, we can introduce other concepts. It could be launching state, could be satellite owner, could be satellite operator, could be other players in the activity. Then it's important to consider where we are putting the responsibility and who will pay for all this for the points. And the last probably issue is how we apply this. We are not going too far in the application of the rules. Let's go in the right sense, not go farther than faster than the technology capability, and don't put things that were today impossible to be achieved, and they are putting in a difficulty when we are considering this in the future.
Thank you, Miguel. You come up with a lot of additional questions that I would like actually to have it tackled by tomorrow. So informally, either here or informally around, including, how do we move, harmonization at global scale, who is responsible, who should be implementing. Let's try to have this conversation open within the next 2 days. As we have less than 2 minutes, let me maybe ask you with a quick wrap up. Okay, let's start. What is the single, again, concrete actions we need to take to tackle the title of this session, to make ADR reality? Identify what is your single top priority to ensure that ADR become a reality.
I think we're all space debris remediation ambassadors here. On our side, we're all doing, on technical level, we're doing our job, on policy level, on business level. I think we need to continue doing what we're doing, creating the environment, developing technologies, and trying to find what are the commercial ways to make them run. Then I think it would be a big wake-up call. It's going to be maybe a big collision, and it's probably going to be one. And then the big policymakers at that time, they will react, and we, ambassadors, will have everything ready for an implementation of it.
A big collision is a sort of priority to keep policymakers moving, maybe, but you have a point. Mike.
Well, I think in the not too distant future, there's a circular economy in space that's not only sustainable, but it's lucrative for all actors involved. So I guess I would say, let's stop asking who's going to pay for it and say who's going to invest in accelerating the path to that future.
Thank you. Miguel.
I will insist on regulation and standards. I think
Sorry?
It's regulation, to establish clear picture, clear rules how to play in the future and to avoid to have, today is not the same a large institutional mission than a small constellation, a small sat. It's totally different. Then we need to look how to approach each of the cases and we impose rules for each of them.
So a change of mindset in a sense. Thank you. Zhang.
Establish clear lines of responsibility and accountability, and ensure transparent verifications of outcomes. Only then can we unlock technologies, commercial investments, and international trust.
Thank you. That's another very interesting chapter. And Koichi-san, also.
Japan is the first nation that established the on-orbit service guideline. And now other countries like France also have the regulation for the on-orbit service mission. So now we can discuss the harmonization rules. So and we can share the same value for the on-orbit service missions and for sustainable space activities. So now we can discuss more to advance active debris removal. It's the current situation. That's my thought.
Thank you. A lot of different priorities. I don't really know which one should be prioritized, in fact. With that, as our time is, we are up, please join me and thank our brilliant panelists. Thank you a lot. And we close the panel here. Thank you. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you, Mr. Sergi. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Miguel, Zhang, and of course, Koichi. And Mr. Marco moderated this very well. What a productive day, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being with us. This is our last keynote of the day. Sustaining human presence in LEO, commercial habitats, debris resilience, and the future of commercial space infrastructure. Our final session of the day will be a keynote titled Sustaining Human Presence in LEO. This keynote explores how commercial space stations actually can remain safe and sustainable in a debris-congested low Earth orbit. Please welcome Mr. Max Haut, CEO of Vast Space.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Firstly, I'd like to thank the Saudi Space Agency to give us the honor to be on this stage to discuss the really important issue of space debris and how it relates to human spaceflight. My name is Max Haut. I'm the CEO at VAST. We are building next generation space station in Long Beach, Los Angeles, California. And I represent a team of 1,000 engineers and manufacturing people that are building the world's first commercial space station, and also that is hoping to build the replacement to the International Space Station. The issue of space debris is very important to us. We are a key stakeholder of this issue, and in really two ways. The first way is that we will have, in about 1 year from today, humans in space. And so it's of the utmost importance for us to keep these humans safe. And I'll talk to you about today what technologies we plan to use, from obviously avoidance maneuvers using ground-based detection to also micrometeorite shielding on our space station. So that's obviously our number one priority. The second reason we are a stakeholder in the space debris debate and issue is that Haven 1, our first space station launching in Q1 next year, will be a 15-ton object by mass in space, in low Earth orbit. And if you rank it, other than the International Space Station, which is obviously larger, and the Chinese space station Tiangong, Haven 1 will be the third biggest object in space when we launch it next year. So what that means is that we have an incredible responsibility to deorbit it in a controlled way, to keep the people safe on the ground, and to also control it properly to keep other objects in space safe from it. So these are the two angles as to why this is a very important issue for us. So why are the space station companies, commercial space station companies today? And there are really two key opportunities as to why we and our competitors exist. The first one is the privilege to have the chance to replace the International Space Station. It is an incredible platform that we have. We've had 25 years of continuous human presence for America and its partner in low Earth orbit, and it has been safe. But what it hasn't been great at is to be cost-effective and sustainable. And so one of the key reasons that NASA and its partner want to replace the International Space Station with a commercial alternative is because of its cost. The second reason is that it's aging, and that also creates issues in itself. It has some leaks, and it is time to replace it and deorbit it at the end of 2030. And the third is that it is a partnership with Russia, which right now is not necessarily desirable for the Western partners, and we want to create a commercial alternative. The opportunity is created by NASA, but also by all of the original partners of the International Space Station, which include Japan, Europe with ESA, Japan with JAXA, and the Canadian Space Agency, which have all stated that they want to work with and buy services, commercial service, from whoever NASA select to replace the International Space Station. And as you all know, including Saudi Arabia, human spaceflight nations is a growing category with more and more countries investing in human spaceflight and are becoming potential customer of the replacement to the ISS. The second opportunity is the chance to unlock the low Earth orbit economy. We believe, as well as the full ecosystem and partners and obviously space agencies, that microgravity manufacturing of pharmaceutical, fiber optic, semiconductors could unlock an incredible economy as we move from the research done today on the ISS to actual in-space manufacturing. And so VAST expect to unlock this value through first creating a space station that's commercial and that is profitable, using leveraging the government market that exists today. And then with our flight opportunities, with that platform being there, we believe we will be the ones that unlock this low Earth orbit economy. Our approach, we don't believe that any startup, it's obviously an incredible endeavor, can go from nothing to a continuously crewed space station of the scale of the ISS. We need stepping stone to get to this capability to have continuous crew. So our approach is just that, to create these stepping stones. So the first one is a satellite, which we designed to have all of the systems we need for a space station, but without the human aspect. So it has our avionics, our power system, it has our radio system, our ground station. And we launched this satellite in November. It is right now on orbit, and so far we have full mission success until we deorbit it controllably in about a week. Our next step is Haven 1, which will be a single module space station that can host a crew of 4, arriving and docking aboard a Dragon spacecraft from SpaceX. And it will be able to host crew for missions of up to 30 days on that single module. It has an important laboratory in it. And then after that, we will mass produce modules and dock them together and create a multi-module space station. And by the time we have 4 in space, we expect that to occur by 2030. We will be able to host continuous crew on our space station and have the privilege to take over from what the ISS has been doing. So you can think of VAST, as I mentioned, we have 1,000 employees, we have all the facilities, the system, we'll show you a couple of videos there to be able to build this space station module. You can think of us as a crewed space system company, one that's safe, rapid and fast, low cost and reliable. That's really our focus. So Haven 1, this is a render of what it will look like on orbit with the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft docked to it. We'll be able to host nominally 2-week mission, crew of 4, provide about 45 cubic meter of habitable volume, provide a window, sleeping quarter, but most importantly, offer science. And we have 10 mid-deck lockers from partners such as URI in Europe, Redwire in the US, where the crew will be able to do important science and research. We are also the first space station that SpaceX has agreed to license the Starlink laser terminals, which will allow us to have gigabit connectivity, something that doesn't exist on the ISS, on our space station for the payload and for the crew. And so you can think about our Haven 1 as really our 0 to 1. This is not the end of our roadmap. This is really the first time we will prove that we can have a crewed mission safely, do important science, and return the crew home safely aboard the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft. So it is our 0 to 1, but what it does, it creates all of the facilities, all of the technology that we need to then build a successor to the ISS. You can see a cutout of the inside. On the left side, Dragon docks with the docking adapter and the hatch. You have the sleeping quarter, all the consumable, the common area with the payload and the science, the window, and a deployable table. And just to give you a sense, this is not, some sort of a fantasy or aspiration. We have been building all of the facilities, the design, the team, and the hardware for Haven 1 over the last couple of years. About 10 days ago, we kicked off the final integration phase, which is in our clean room. And so this is the actual primary structure that VAST manufactured in-house that will fly in Q1 next year. And in the next few months, our team are integrating all of the thermal system, life support system, all the interior system, avionics systems, and so on. This is the control room. Right now, we've used it. This is not a render, an actual physical photo. We've used it for our Haven demo launch and satellite, and I'll show you that video shortly. But it's obviously been designed and engineered for human spaceflight in mind, the number of console, the backup, the redundancy, and the type of facilities that support it. Now, when we talk about orbital debris or space debris in a Haven 1, our space station, one of the key capability we need is the ability to do maneuvers and the ability to deorbit the module. So we've partnered with Impulse Space, which is led by Tom Mueller, he was the VP of Propulsion at SpaceX, created or led the design of all the engine on Falcon 9 and Dragon. And his new company, a few years old, Impulse Space, is providing to us their safe thruster. We have 48 of them on Haven 1. Half of them are used for attitude control with fault tolerance, and the other half are used to deorbit at the end of the mission. Now, this capability is very important because if the ground or any of the database and the tracking detect an orbital debris that is a threat to us, we have a fault-tolerant, reliable system to do orbital maneuvers on time. And the other reason why it's very important is that unlike the ISS, where the problem of deorbiting was delayed until the end of its life, with NASA's plan to purchase a deorbit vehicle from SpaceX to deorbit the International Space Station, we believe that modern commercial space station should be built with the propulsion for deorbit from day one. So on Haven 1, we have all the propellant, even a segregated propulsion system, ready for the deorbit at the end of its life. We are not delaying this problem. We are not relying on having a deorbit vehicle. We have our own propulsion to deorbit ourselves in a controllable, safe way. And this is a design that we will prove with Haven 1 and actually Haven Demo, but will also be true of our multi-module space station. Each module has its own propulsion to deorbit and do orbital maneuver. The second technology that is very important and obviously has been part of the International Space Station and other crewed spacecraft is Whipple shielding or MMOD, micrometeorite shielding. And so in our case, we follow design pattern that NASA has created and obviously shared in exchange meeting with us in the community. But we have more modern material that are not yet on the ISS, but obviously have a proven or tested track record. So the first layer you see is actually an aluminum sheet of metal that if a small debris, call it a millimeter square piece of aluminum in space, hits it at orbital velocity in a different vector, it will pulverize it and spray it. And then the second layer is a ballistic layer that is designed to stop the debris. And then the third layer in aluminum is the pressure hull where the astronauts are behind and that's holding the pressure. And so this is the technology that is part of Haven 1. So every critical surface or most surface of Haven 1 are shielded using this method. And not only are we following obviously proven design standard, you can see here that we do testing. So this is actually a small piece of aluminum that was fired at orbital velocity. And you're able to see it being coned after the aluminum sheet and then retained by the ballistic layer to protect from the layer at the other side. Now let's go back to building safe technologies to host crews. And as I mentioned, VAST's approach is to be an incremental step approach. And so I want to tell you a little bit more about our first step, which is right now on orbit, which is Haven Demo. So Haven Demo is a 500 kilogram satellite, which we launched in November, and it includes all of the same technology as Haven 1, but excluding, obviously, the pressurized volume, the docking system, and so on. So we are able to prove the power system, we are able to prove our solar array, we are able to prove our flight computer, our avionics, but also our propulsion system. And so one of the key reasons we did Haven Demo is so that we can deorbit it in a controlled way, and responsibly. It's actually licensed for a non-controlled deorbit, but we are demonstrating the ability to controllably deorbit it so that for our Haven 1 FCC license, which in the United States also control the re-entry and the risk to the population on the ground, we can prove we have the technology and the reliability and the know-how to later deorbit a much bigger object, 30 times bigger, which will be Haven 1. Now, the first burn of the deorbit mission has occurred actually a week ago and was successful. And over the next 2 weeks, we'll be performing the 2 final burn. And we expect, obviously, we will demonstrate it successfully and deorbit it in the Pacific in a fully controllable way. But we still have to achieve that final mission objective. So this is Haven Demo. You can see the satellite, as I mentioned, 500 kilogram. And I'll now show you a quick video that not only illustrates some of our facilities, but why we did Haven Demo. And then at the end, you'll see a little bit of our progress and hardware for Haven 1.
Before you get first contact with the spacecraft, it's a nail biter. You sit there and wait and hope that on your first ground station pass that it turns on and you get telemetry back from it.
This is where Haven Demo's journey began. VAST began developing Haven 1 to pioneer humanity's long-term future in space. In order to test and prove out the technologies required to launch and operate a space station, putting our hardware in orbit was a critical first step.
Haven Demo was an idea hatched at the same time as Haven 1. We're going to go build the world's first commercial space station using technologies that exist today.
In Long Beach, California, engineers designed Haven Demo as a proving ground for the systems that will power Haven 1. Computers, power systems, software, guidance and navigation, propulsion, radios, and ground operations.
It's unique in its complexity. Haven Demo is like Haven 1 minus all of the systems required for supporting human life.
Building Haven Demo wasn't just about manufacturing a spacecraft. It was about building a culture of collaboration and trust. A company proving to itself that it could move fast, solve hard problems, and bring ambitious designs to life. Once integrated, Haven Demo underwent an exhaustive test campaign, each trial designed to simulate the harsh realities of launch and orbit.
It's really important after testing all of the subsystems and integrating them to verify that everything works together cohesively as an integrated vehicle.
Following the successful test campaign, Haven Demo was delivered for integration to the rocket to launch aboard the Bandwagon 4 mission. After the team finished development, testing, and integration in record time, Haven Demo was ready to launch.
Go for launch. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Engines for power. And liftoff. Go bandwagon. Go ADD.
The team watched as the rocket carried Haven Demo into space.
Haven Demo separation confirmed.
The satellite successfully achieved orbit, setting up the next critical phase, making first contact.
First contact step 2.1 to attempt SRS-4 connection. Sent. Good effect.
With telemetry pouring into mission control, the next step was to get video downlinked and get visual confirmation of solar array deployment, signaling mission success.
Logic, we have the video down. Our portion of initial health assessment is complete and all looks normal.
The mission was a success. Haven Demo deployed its solar array, achieved stable orbit, and remains power positive with ongoing contact to mission control.
Having that hardware having already been flown on Haven Demo really just gives us the confidence that we need to apply it directly to a crewed spaceflight.
It really proves to both ourselves and to the rest of the world that we're a real spacecraft company, that we have real hardware in space, we're not just design reviews. We can build and maintain safe hardware on orbit, and that we can be trusted to build the next generation of America's space stations.
Oh, thank you. And so to wrap up, this wasn't just a satellite, as we mentioned. All of these systems there are exactly the same system, whether a flight computer, a battery, a power system, a solar array, the propulsion, that are being integrated as we speak on Haven 1. So it's really our approach to build a crewed space flight capability, having stepping stone, and then de-risking with all of these steps. The other thing that's key is that we are vertically integrated. So this allows us to move quicker than competition. We build our primary structure in-house. We build our avionics in-house. We partner in some areas, such as propulsion and solar arrays. But in all the key technologies, we are vertically integrated. And so you can think of us really setting up a factory to mass produce our space station modules, which we believe is the only way to have a sustainable, low-cost replacement to the International Space Station. And to finish on that point with this slide, this is really how we think about our roadmap. Haven Demo, mission success. If you look on the left, you see all of the systems that you need to have a continuous human presence in a space station. At the top, you obviously need long-duration life support system. You need to prove you can do cargo docking. You need to prove that you can dock multiple modules together. And then you have short-duration life support system, food, crew vehicle docking, crew training, windows, hatch, pressurized volume, and the list goes on. And so Haven Demo proved, in our estimate, about 40% of all the systems that we need for a continuous crewed space station. Haven 1, in 1 year from today, in Q1 next year, will really be the next jump up and prove about 84% of all the system we need. And then that will leave us to prove a few more systems, such as module-to-module docking, such as long-duration life support system, with Haven 2, which by the time we have 4 modules in space, mass-produced in our factory and derivative of Haven 1, we will be able to support continuous crew on our space station. So thank you for inviting us today, and thank you for allowing us to discuss the important issue of human spaceflight and space debris. Thank you very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, what a way to end the day. It was very productive and very fun. Thank you for being with us. More panels, more sessions, more keynotes tomorrow in day 2. I ask you to come back, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you for being with us today. Thank you. Have a good one.